Well, good morning everybody, and can extend a warm welcome on behalf of Deputy Provost, members and officials to this meeting of the Falkirk Council. First of all, can everybody up the back hear me okay? Just raise your hand. That's fine, thank you very much. Could I ensure that everybody's got their mobile phone switched off, please? Thank you. That then takes us to the Sedering. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. Provost Buchanan.
Present.
Deputy Provost Ritchie.
Present.
Councillor Aitchison. Councillor Alexander.
Present.
Councillor Balfour.
Present.
Councillor Binney.
Present.
Councillor Bissett.
Present.
Councillor Black.
Present.
Councillor Blackwood.
Present.
Councillor Bowes.
Present.
Councillor Coleman.
Present.
Councillor Colley. Councillor Coombs.
Here.
Councillor Flynn.
Present.
Councillor Garner.
He's away trying to get a charger for his laptop.
Councillor Goldie.
Present.
Councillor Grant.
Present.
Councillor Harris.
Present.
Councillor Hughes.
Present.
Councillor Kerr.
Present.
Councillor McHugh.
Present.
Councillor McCluckie.
Here.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
Present.
Councillor Monroe.
Present.
Councillor Murtagh.
Present.
Councillor Nicholl.
Present.
Councillor Nimmo. Councillor Patrick.
Present.
Councillor Reid.
Present.
And Councillor Spears.
Present.
Thank you for that. Before we go to the next item, which is Declaration of Interest, I would just like to read out a statement I have written in relation to the unprecedented weather that we had last week. Over the past week or so, the area has faced some worst weather we have seen in generations. It has had a massive impact on people in our local communities. It stretched emergency services to their limit and has seen many places cut off and facilities closed for several days. Times like these stretches our resilience as a council as well as everyone else who's involved in providing a response. The way we are able to respond to this kind of crisis has only been possible with the help of our local communities. Their efforts to look after neighbours and friends, to help get our schools reopened, to help clear roads and paths has been massive. And as Provost, I would like to thank every single person who has contributed to this overwhelming response. I would also want to highlight the work of our own employees, many of whom have worked day and night to make sure essential services carry on and have sacrificed their home and family lives to ensure others are helped and supported. All these efforts show that there is a real sense of community spirit alive in our towns and villages, and that people do genuinely care about each other. That is something that we should have immense civic pride in. Councillor Meiklejohn.
Thank you, Provost. I would echo your sentiments and would just add my sincere thanks and admiration for the commitment of our staff across the whole council who have worked tirelessly over the last week in very difficult and challenging conditions during this period of unprecedented weather. The emergency services, police, fire, NHS, our partners, organisations within the voluntary and care sector all came together to ensure that people were safe and as comfortable as they could be under the circumstances. I would also wish to pay tribute to our communities for their tremendous efforts. They've turned out in significant numbers to clear snow, to enable access, checking on elderly and vulnerable neighbours, clearing schools to allow the kids to get back to school, or in areas where no access due to the sheer volume of snow have gone above and beyond to get supplies to them. Particular mention for the volunteers in Denny and Banknock, who came out of their houses at the height of the storm to help those who were again stuck on the motorway overnight, giving the most vulnerable shelter. There are many wonderful, heartening stories of human kindness that will be remembered for a very long time. I'm very proud to have such community spirit at a time of such adversity, and communities should be very proud of themselves and what they have accomplished. We must seek to maintain that in some way and harness the goodwill for the benefit of our communities. I know that all members have been working hard to support their own communities. However, I would just like to acknowledge the efforts of Councillor Gardner as the portfolio holder. He has worked alongside officers who have been coordinating the teams on the ground to ensure that, with stretched resources, we are still able to provide the communities with as much service as we possibly can. At the same time, he was also out working within his community. For some of us who remember the last time we had a period of such severe weather in 2010, where the effects of that extended over a longer time span, as we had ice for weeks, we did not have the same volume of snow in such a short period. The last week has been the most challenging, and we're only just getting back to something that could be considered normality. As ever, such events, there are lessons to be learned and improvements made, but that is in part of the improvements process, and we should take nothing away from the tremendous efforts of both our staff and our communities who pulled together and pulled out all the stops over the period of the worst weather we've experienced in decades.
I'll come back to you, Councillor Garner. I'm going to take the group leaders first. Councillor Gold.
Well, I did say to Robert McMaster some weeks ago that he would want to go out with a bang, but I certainly didn't think we were expecting the kind of bang that he got there. I would associate myself with the comments that have been made. All the communities right across the whole, in fact, not just here, but right across the whole of Scotland, have performed and done what communities used to do, and we always think they would do in times of trouble, and that's work together and try and help those that were least able to help themselves. Obviously, as I say, when I associate myself with the comments, you've got to give respect and great gratitude to the council workers, yourselves at the top table who are in the background, but mainly the people who are actually out on the streets day and night, going over, maybe not getting a sleep for many, many hours. As the leader of the council says, in every great plan and every great happening, we learn, and there'll be some things, no doubt, that might have been missed out, and we can pick up these as we go forward, and hopefully the next time, and I hope it's a long time, we face similar situations, that might improve a wee bit around about the edges. But in essence, with the council officers and the council itself, the community, you can't say any more than they've done a wonderful job, and togetherness as well.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholl.
Thank you, Provost. This is on one of these occasions, perhaps on two rare occasions, where there's absolute unanimity across the chamber. I also would like to add my thanks and gratitude not only to the workers of the council who did such a great job over the last week or 8 days or so, but also to the local communities. I'm going to keep my remarks very brief because I don't want to repeat what has been said, but with your indulgence, Provost, my colleague Councillor Kerr would like to speak on this subject about a specific matter. So any time that you had allocated for me, could I transfer over to him? Because he is anxious to bring to Council's attention something positive.
Thank you, Councillor Garner.
Thank you, Provost.
Thank you, Provost. And I agree wholeheartedly with what's been said with yourself, Council Leader, and the other two leaders of the parties. I'm speaking here actually as an extremely proud local member, and I want to concentrate on one thing. On Wednesday, the 20th of February, I started receiving calls from conserved residents who had been made aware of the M80 situation. For those of you who may be unaware, at 5:30 p.m, due to the atrocious weather conditions and an accident which I have no doubt was to some extent caused by the conditions drivers heading south faced found themselves trapped in their vehicles. What followed was an unbelievable response from the local community in my ward. As I said, the call started around 11 p.m. when vehicles had been stuck all the way along the motorway from Castle Carey, as you well know, to almost the Granada Services roundabout. Residents of Denny, Dunnypace, Stonywood, Falkirk, Headamure, Denlin Head, Longcroft, Hags and Banknock, I don't want to leave any of them out because they all acted superbly, took it upon themselves to go and assist anyone and everyone trapped in their cars for how long no one quite knew. They brought food, drinks, hot water, hot drinks, sweets for adults and kids, blankets, etc., etc. But let me just highlight a few above and beyond stories I was told of. Medics called and directed to a young man found in need of insulin. A 4-month-old baby, Cara, taken safely by a human chain down the embankment and into a warm house where someone had found and heated baby milk ready for them. A Polish family of 3 who thought they were fortunate and got off at Hags, only for their car to run out of fuel. A firefighter friend of mine just happened to look out of his window at a blizzard and saw what he knew was someone in distress. He took mum, dad and kid in, gave them food and shelter for that night. Locals, this is one I really thought was brilliant. Locals cut a hole in the motorway fence to rescue an 80-year-old woman from her vehicle, took her home, fed her, let her rest, returned to her car and sat and waited with her until it cleared. Believe me, I could go on and on here. When I arrived, there were locals clambering up the embankments with all sorts of essentials in what was really grim conditions. I spoke with families, businessmen, lorry drivers, a girl from Banknock, who was only about a mile and a half from her house. And one thing in common between them all, they couldn't talk highly enough about the help and hospitality they had received all through the night from folk from our towns. Locals worked tirelessly for over 24 hours along the route, and I, for one, think the Ward 3 team deserve all the plaudits coming their way.
Thank you very much. I appreciate, I can understand, because as you know, I live at the side of the Castle Carey Road and the M80, and my wife, she was out giving soup, and we had people in the house as well. And there are a lot of unsung heroes out there that we're not going to hear about, but that's what we're doing just now. We're congratulating the communities that came together to help out. Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Provost. Concur with the previous speakers. And most of you who are on social media will have seen in one of our communities in Shield Hill where an ambulance had to get up to one of the streets. There were over 40 people came out and shovelled the road to get the ambulance to Mr Snedden. I'd just like to say to the Chamber that Mr Snedden is in hospital and he's recovering. His son's a good friend of mine's, and when we talk about the communities, it's a lot harder for Councillor Hughes, Councillor McCluckie and myself, because our community is that spread out over Falkirk district. Slamanan was cut off for a couple of days altogether. That used to be the norm when I was a young lad. But as everybody else has said, the severe weather was not precedent to the normal situation. Just like Councillor Gardner, I've got some heroic stories which I want to share it all with them today. Just one, Mr Muir, a friend of mine's from Lauriston. His wife was in hospital. She was expected to get out. Wasn't getting out until the mountain rescue came and brought her home. So it's not just the local people. The mountain rescue people were over at the hospital delivering people home that needed to be in their house. But I would just like to say, on behalf of our party, our thanks to the workers, the updates from Mr McMaster, Mr McGee, Mr Greenhorn and Mr Mackey. These really helped us communicate to our communities our updates every day. On a lighter note, Provost, I didn't know which was the most tragic thing during the snow. The snow come in, our Councillor McCluckie not been able to get down to get his cooting on in Hall Glade.
Councillor Ballard.
Just one other short story of people doing what they can to help. There was a Mrs Gregg from Lauriston who works in a care home in Bo'ness, and she walked all the way from Lauriston to Bo'ness so she could be in to help the elderly people in the home. And she stayed there for a few nights and didn't get home. So that's the kind of thing people have been doing, to go out and make sure that the elderly and everybody else is okay.
I would just like to say that one of the hardest things for me during this period was, and my heartfelt sympathy goes out to those families who had lost loved ones over the past few weeks, and because of the closures of the cemetery and the crematorium, they were unable to lay their loved ones to rest. Thank you. Mrs Pitt-Cafley, Chief Executive.
Provost, yes, I can't really add to the things that members have said about staff. Our frontline employees were truly inspiring in the efforts that they made to ensure that people, particularly vulnerable people, were well looked after. People who needed repairs to get their houses warm, got those done, etc. So it was quite an inspirational effort. And the work that our communities did, individually and collectively, was was very inspiring as well. Could I just add, though, a word of thanks to elected members who were very, very supportive of what we were trying to do over that last week, who particularly helped us keep some of the pressure off the contact centre, because as you can imagine, they were incredibly busy. But I know that in relaying messages about what was happening to people in your communities, in your constituencies, your wards, that was incredibly helpful to us. So just a word of thank you to elected members for their support.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, then, we'll move on. Anybody else just before I go? Did I miss anybody? Okay, thank you very much.
Handled declarations of interest or not? Oh, you're coming to it, right? Okay.
Now, item 2 on your agenda is declaration of interest. Any declarations of interest at this time?
Okay, I'll go by the script now. The Scottish Fire and Rescue Local Plan, I'll have to declare an interest. One of my sons is a firefighter.
Thank you, Provost. I have a declaration of interest, a non-pecuniary, I should say, but I also have to tell you that last year there was a planning application. It's agenda number item 13. And I was not on the planning committee at that time, nor was I aware that there would be a predetermination hearing. And as acting as local member, I concurred with the views of constituents. So with your permission, Provost, I will vacate the chamber at item 13.
Before I go and bring in other members, I'll declare an interest as well in relation to item 14, which is proposed residential development, access, landscaping, open space and associated works at land to the north of Lochview, Stirling Road, Ladbert, for Gladman Developments Limited. It's pages 231 to 318, and I've declared an interest some time ago in relation to this because through marriage I'm related to the landowners. So my declaration of interest has been in, but I'm making it public. Okay, Councillor Black.
Thank you, Provost. I would like to declare an interest in the same agenda item 14. I'm close family friends with the landowners.
Thank you, Provost. I declare an interest on item 15. As previously, I have two, excluding the Republic, I have two sister-in-laws who work for Falkirk Council.
Any other declaration? Yes. Councillor Coleman, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Provost. I declare a non-financial interest in item 14. I've previously made statements on this planning application in a public forum, and I feel they could be interpreted as taking a view, so I have to recuse myself at that time.
Just strolling round. Anybody else? Any other lights? Declaration, Mrs. Fine. Thank you. Firstly, could I say that you'll have to bear with us this morning. We've got that much paperwork up here, and no wonder the Indians were shouting about the last tree coming down. But if you can maybe bear with us to get through, it is a lengthy agenda, and I'm quite sure that the last meeting we had before it was cancelled, that members showed everybody, wherever they were, and whatever they were speaking about, respect, and hopefully that will continue today. Thank you very much. That takes us to item 3, Minutes and Information Bulletin. A3A, Minute of Meeting of the Planning Committee comprising all members of the Council held on the 7th of November 2017, pages 48. Any questions arising from that?
Provost, there are a number of questions and comments you might want to make. Page 223. Just give me a second, Provost, I'm still snowblind yet.
Snow there, no. We're not Councillor Goldie, we're not at that. We're just doing them individually when it comes forward.
Right.
Okay, fine. I'm just trying to simplify it. I'm just going to take them individually. Right, so it's 3B. So are we agreed to the minute of meeting of the Planning Committee, pages 48, held on the 7th of November? Can we agree that, first of all? Agreed. Thank you very much. That takes us to item 3B, Minute of Meeting of Falkirk Council, held on the 6th of December 2017, pages 9 to 28. Any questions arising from that minute? Agree the minute? Councillor Reid.
I'm using the standing order whereby one can ask a question about something on the agenda. There was a question about the spoke that was going to be put into place in Camlin. Could I ask whether that has been achieved?
Yeah, thanks. Happy to answer that question, Provost. We agreed at the executive the spoke arrangements would come into place once the Calendar Square office was relocated. We haven't had any complaints, as far as I'm aware, from the communities over the existing arrangements that we have in place.
So agreed that minute then, 3B. That takes us to item 3C, minute of special meeting of Falkirk Council held on the 15th of January 2018, pages 29 to 35. Any questions arising for that minute? Can we agree the minute? Agreed. Thank you. That takes us to item 3D, minute of meeting of the Planning Committee comprising all members of Council held on the 30th of January 2018, pages 36 to 43. Any questions arising for that minute? Can we agree the minute? Agreed. Thank you very much. That takes us to item 3E, minute of meeting of the Planning Committee comprising all members of 6th of February 2018, 44 to 52. Any questions arising from that minute?
Yeah, on that one, Provost.
Fine.
Page 303.
303.
First paragraph down, it says, the last paragraph, Mr Duff gave a summary of the council headquarters and town hall projects, noting the council had a key role.
I'm sorry, I think.
I think. Just to clarify that.
Yes,
We're still on
3E, the minute of the Planning Committee of 6 February.
Okay. That's the reason that I'm trying to go through it. No, fine. That's the reason I'm trying to go through it individually, because it's simpler then and members can repair. No, you're fine. Thank you very much. So we're on 3E, minute of meeting of the Planning Committee comprising all members of Council held on the 6th of February 2018. It's pages 44 to 52. Any questions arising for that minute, or can we agree the minute? Agree the minute. Thank you very much. That takes us to 3F, minute of special meeting of Falkirk Council held on the 28th of February 2018, and the report was to follow, but I think you've all got a copy of that. Are there any questions arising from that? No? Can we agree that? Agreed? Agreed. Thank you very much. That takes us to item 3G, volume of minutes, volume 3, 2017-18.
At last, Provost. Thanks very much. I've got a number of questions to ask, and as I say, if you go to page 223, somewhat on the same subject, it was proposed that a further report on the market testing exercise carried out in relation to the Council HQ and the Arts Centre was submitted to a future meeting of the Executive. 5 expressions of interest have been received and appraised. Can we be advised, Provost, what the situation is from the administration in relation to the HQ and the Arts Centre?
Is it going to be Councillor Meiklejohn? Thank you.
I will give my comment, but perhaps the Director will be able to clarify further. My understanding as the update will initially come to the next Strategic Property Working Group, and a report will be then submitted to the Executive up following that.
Any other further questions in relation to that?
I was waiting for the officer to respond to Ms Meiklejohn's comments and said that the officer would respond. Well, the leader of the council said that perhaps the officer would respond, probably.
I'm happy to say that I agree with the leader of the council's comments on that. There will be a meeting of the Strategic Property Review working group called shortly, and then it will be the first meeting of the executive thereafter that will report back. We're hoping to get something to this meeting, the September meeting, to the April meeting of the executive.
That's fine, but could we ask the director in the future if she could speak up, possibly? Nobody could hear that response.
Did people up the back hear that? You didn't hear that? Okay. Mrs Geisler, maybe we just sit and then maybe speak into the microphone then and just relate to what you already said. Thank you.
I'm I'm just happy to confirm the position described by the Leader of the Council is correct. We are hoping to call a meeting of the Strategic Property Working Group very soon, and thereafter we will report back to the following meeting of the Executive. We are hoping to get something to the April meeting of the Executive.
We're now on item 3H, Information Bulletin.
Convener. Sorry, Provost, I had my light on. You obviously didn't see it over here. It was just to say that on page 259, it was, I was supposed to be attending the Scottish Tourism Alliance conference on the 1st of March. I'm sure we all know that the 1st of March wasn't the best day for tourists, so obviously I wasn't at that. It was cancelled.
Councillor Patrick, have you anything to say? Councillor Alison. Councillor Alison. Thank you.
Thomas, it's regarding the information bulletin. I have a question to ask, and it's on the M9 junction.
I haven't brought that forward yet, but you'll be first once I do it. Thank you very much. Just to clarify, so the volume of minutes were agreed? Okay, thank you. That takes us to 3H, Information Bulletin, Volume 3, 217, 218, and we'll get the first question for Councillor Black. Thank you.
Thanks, Provost. The M9 junction traffic signal upgrade is part of TIF from pages 118 to 119. As a local member, I've lobbied to have this area made safer. It's the main access route to the Kelpies and to Grand Sable cemeteries. So is this the junction beside the motorway that's been upgraded? And if not, when will that be upgraded? Because that's supposed to be part of the whole scheme. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. If it's all right for me to sit, I will do that. This relates to the off-ramp junction from the motorway if you were travelling east, and it's an improvement to the lights that are there. The smart lights aren't being so smart at the moment, so they're being upgraded. I don't have the information about the answer to your supplementary question, but I'll certainly get that for you. You're right, it is part of the TIF project.
Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. I hate to make work for anybody, but one of the joys of the information bulletin in the past was there used to be quite a contribution from our local schools telling us the good work that they were doing, and it was certainly, to me, one of the highlights of the bulletin. I noticed that the contribution from education is a bit sparse in this one, but I would like to make an appeal that the previous format of having schools contribute directly to it, a return to that would be much appreciated certainly by myself and I dare say other members also. Could I also comment, Convener, on page 65 of the information bulletin and say how pleased I am that the replacement footbridge at Erskine Hill has now, the tender's now been approved. That the previous footbridge had seen better days. So the new replacement is going to be a great boost to people as they travel to and from the station from the Gilston area. So I certainly welcome that, Provost.
Thank you. Any other questions in relation to the information bulletin? Councillor Goldie.
Material arising from recycling centres.
Can you give us the page number so everybody can quickly repair?
91 and 92. Okay? It concerns material arising from the recycling centres and being sold on, not on the plasterboard. It's no making a profit. But we're obviously selling. Everybody collects waste and handles waste. There's money in waste. Everybody knows that. Could Mrs. Geisler provide us at some time in the very near future with the amount of money we're making for these various projects, like the cardboard, the metal, and the tyres? Any profit that we're getting from that, could we be advised of that profit, Provost?
Okay, we'll bring Mrs. Geisler into that one.
Yes, Councillor Goldie is quite correct. There are some elements of the recycling from which we do make money, and some because of the processing costs associated with them. We don't. They actually cost money, but I'm happy to provide that information to members in early course.
Okay. Any other? Councillor Kerr and Councillor.
Thank you, Provost. In the information bulletin, page 102, about the dog waste bags, where in the future will we be able to get these bags? Because before Christmas, both Councillor Patrick and myself struggle to get them from the libraries. Are they still going to be available in libraries and other areas?
Mrs. Geiser, thank you.
We promise I'll take that away, Councillor Kerr. They should be in, we do try to distribute these, obviously empty, widely throughout the council, so I'll pick that up and find out what the issue was there, and I'll get back to members on that.
Just a supplementary question. As most have went digital, Provost, when you get to an information bulletin, page 16 to 42, very hard to read them when you're having to go like that to get the information, because when you turn it like that, it turns again, eh? So if we can try and get them all the same way, it's a lot easier to read it. Thank you, Prof.
Councillor Reid.
Just on the point about the green bags, they are distributed widely all over the countryside, hanging from trees and everywhere. Just a question, just to push back the boundaries of my ignorance, to be honest, in most cases, as a former member used to say. And the first one is the Cinderella Service Educational Psychology Unit. It's the very first item on the bulletin. I'm not sure if the numbers here are the same as the numbers, yeah. And it's the conclusions at the end of the inspection. And that's that one of the things was a better use of data to inform service delivery and interventions. I wonder if Mr Naylor could expand on that one, please.
Mr Naylor, would you like to come again here? Because if you like to come again and speak from here at the front, because everybody can see and can hear more audible than the front.
Thank you, Provost. What this recommendation in the validated self-evaluation means is that we have an increasing volume of data available to us regarding various different measures that relate to different outcomes for children. And whilst the service has been in the past making use of that, the recommendation from Education Scotland is that we integrate those data sets with some of the other data sets that we have, particularly around outcomes for looked after children and attainment data. We're currently working on a project with the Scottish Government called Realigning Children's Services, and some of the work that they have done with wider data sets relating to health information and surveys of our own pupil population will help the service target its interventions and actions more specifically for better outcomes.
Okay, thank you. Just again, pushing back the boundaries of my ignorance, on page 43 that I have, there are two contracts awarded, one for asset revaluation and non-domestic rating specialist. I think I know what it means, but I wonder what the outcome of the contract is envisaged as being, saving rates for the council, or...
Yes, that's what it is. It's for the purposes of assessing properties with a view to challenging rateable values, with a view to pushing these down.
Do we have any evidence of increases that have been imposed or are pending in terms of value? Yeah.
There has been a rates revaluation recently, as you'll be aware, and generally speaking, that was quite positive for the council. But there's always cases where that can be pressed in terms of the assessor, and that's the work that's been undertaken. And with some success, as I've said. Generally speaking, this work pays for itself.
Okay, thank you. Last one, Provost, is page 59. And it's another contract. It's a contract for the refurbishment of Arnotdale, which is a result of several years' work on behalf of a lot of people. I'd just like to draw members' attention to the fact that it's a good example of teamwork. You know, with the Sirenians, the Friends of Dollar Park, ourselves, a lot of help through the Criminal Justice Service with great assistance from Councillor Alexander in that regard. And the result, and I should also mention the work done by John Smith in putting it in the grant. I think he did a terrific piece of work. And just to cite an example of what can happen when everybody works as a team, it's a really good example. And I thank everybody concerned.
Provost, just on that subject, it would be wrong for me not to acknowledge the role that Pat Reid played as Provost in that. He played a first-class role and helped assist the process of working together.
Thank you very much for both. Any other questions then we can get in relation to the... None? Okay, thank you very much. That takes us now, there's item 4, there's no questions being submitted, so 3 to 54. Okay. Anybody get any questions of that, or can you agree? Agreed? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. This now takes us to the item that was carried over from the last meeting in relation to the budget, which is the 3-year capital programme. I'm going to be asking Mr Ritchie to speak initially. Mr Ritchie, thank you.
Thank you, Provost. The plan before members this morning contains investment of around £84 million spread over the course of the next 3 years, and that plan includes proposals under our TIF scheme. Consistent with the HRA capital programme, whilst the programme before members concentrates on the next 3 years, there are certain projects which extend beyond the lifetime of the programme, in particular those relating to TIF and the Grangemouth Flood Prevention Scheme. The draft programme set out at Appendix 1 was considered by the Member Budget Working Group at its meeting in January. Overall resources available for the 3 years is shown in the table at paragraph 4.1.1, £84 million, the two largest elements being government grant of £46 million and potential borrowing CFCR for our TIF projects of £26 million. Paragraph 415 of my report makes reference to the grant funding that the councils received. It has been confirmed at just over £13 million, which represents a reduction of £2.2 million. That impact flows through the 3 years, so the impact over the 3 years of our programme is somewhere in the region of £6.6 million. Section 4.2 of my report sets out the service investment proposals contained in detail in the appendix. Section 4.3 sets out for members the commitments that we have under our Council of the Future programme. In addition to the proposals set out in Appendix 1 of the report, the Administration has 3 additional proposals to be considered, and these are set out in Section 4.6 of the report. The first one relates to the DEAR project and an acceleration of the DEAR project. I'd like to draw members' attention in Section 4621 to 2 typographical errors which appear in the second last line of that section, and the typographical errors are that the word would should be could in both instances, and my apologies to elected members for that. The acceleration of the DEAR project in terms of its investment is set out in the table at 4622 and over the page at 4624 how that could be funded. In addition to acceleration of the DEAR project, proposals are also for consideration by elected members on the provision of additional autistic units and for the addition of provision of match funding for community asset transfers. The finance section set out in paragraph 6 of the report sets out how the 3 additional proposals from the administration could be funded if members were so minded. In closing, Provost, I would just take this opportunity to thank colleagues in finance for their preparation of the capital programme, and also thank colleagues from across council services for the work that they have done in pulling together the work that's shown in Appendix 1. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr Ritchie. Councillor Meikle-John.
Thank you, Provost. And thank you to Mr Ritchie and indeed Mr Smiley's finance team for working very closely with us in developing this particular programme. Much of the capital programme is phased projects that are supporting pressures within our schools, estates and road safety, with allocated funds helping towards larger projects such as flood prevention, and there is very limited capacity to reprofile. However, there is a need to invest in order to be able to meet our corporate policy objectives. We have increased numbers of children being diagnosed within the autistic spectrum area. As a result, there is an increasing demand within our education for enhanced placements with the presumption of mainstreaming. Children's Services have identified 5 possible sites where an enhanced provision could be created within a mainstream school, and has already earmarked funding for 2 particular units within the existing budget. In order to be able to meet that growing demand, it's our intention to further invest in that particular area, and that would give the ability of an additional unit, possibly 2, and that would be a significant move forward in being able to meet the needs of our children with particular needs. Key area that needs to be addressed in terms of pollution and traffic congestion is Denny Cross. This has been the case for decades or more now. The known solution is the completion of the Denny Eastern Access Road. However, it's been reliant purely on developer contributions from the housing sites that are associated with this area. However, in the last 10 years, very little has in fact come in by way of contributions that would enable any significant progress on the development of the road, and it could be a further 10 years or more before anything is seen to be of significant level that would actually enable that to happen. Every year that goes past, the cost of the remaining part of building the road increases, and as the Council are already one of the key developers that are obliged to contribute, the completion of the road would have a significant improvement in the traffic congestion that residents and commuters have to endure every day. It would also unlock housing sites, particularly for social housing, and enable private developers to consider accelerating their house building. This in turn will increase the economic activity within the area, increase the revenue to the Council, as the houses come on stream through council tax, as well as the social housing rental and low-cost home ownership opportunities. I believe now is the time to grasp the nettle on this one, and I believe it will never be delivered solely through developer contributions. We have already seen one developer having successfully had the removal of the Section 75 in relation to this particular site. In turning to our community asset transfers, we have just completed our first community asset transfer, and we have a number of others where community groups have been willing to start to take leases in community halls, etc. We do, however, want them to be successful and sustainable, and we want to enable and encourage the community to develop activities for the benefit of their localities. We have therefore created a community empowerment fund to support community organisations that want to take on the responsibility of such facilities to ensure that works can be carried out to sustain the building. This would be considered as matched funding, thus sharing the responsibility and allowing the organisation to take a phased approach. I therefore would move the capital programme with those additional items as of today as in the recommendations, and I have a copy of our amendment here if officers wish to take that and circulate it. I move that Council agrees to General Service Capital Programme in terms of the Appendix 1 of the report, and in addition the expenditure on the DEAR is funded as set out in the report, which includes additional prudential borrowing with the anticipation that future developer contributions continue to be due in accordance with the supplementary planning guidance. 2. The additional investment of in artistic units funded by the revenue contribution, and £100,000 to be set aside to support the transfer of community centres and to communities funded additionally by borrowing.
Got a seconder at the moment? You'll get an opportunity if you just want to second and come back in, because what I'm intending to do is to see if there's any of the other groups have got amendments, and it'd be worthwhile for everybody to take the amendments out and have the recess now, instead of moving, and so you'll get an opportunity.
No, no problem at all. Happy saying I would like to come back, yeah.
So, in terms of amendments, I'm going to come to you first as the leader, the Labour group, Councillor Goldie. What I envisage doing is, if you just say you've got an amendment, that would be fine. We'll get a copy to everybody. I'll go to Councillor Nicholl and ask him if he's got an amendment, because I've got an amendment myself. And then if everybody gets a copy of everybody's amendment and then goes out and looks at them, then I think it would be beneficial for everybody. If you're happy to agree to that.
Yeah, I'm happy to agree to that, Provost, but I've got a feeling of deja vu about it. But we'll hand these out.
Perfect. Okay.
Right, to hand these out. If you have an amendment, you want me to read it out? Or just
no, you're fine. There's just an amendment. Right, and amendment. You've got Councillor Nicholl, have you got an amendment on behalf of the Conservative group? I've got an amendment myself, and I must at this stage apologise for not having enough information to give to group leaders and the leader of the council, but it was only last night that I received further information that gave me an opportunity to compile something to put before you this morning. So I have an amendment myself. I'll give a file which contains some correspondence to each of the group leaders, and I'll give a copy of the amendment as well. Thank you. So what we have is we've got the capital programme is moved by the leader of the council, seconded. We have got an amendment coming forward from the Labour group, and we've got an amendment coming forward from myself. When we get copies, would 15 minutes be enough, do you think, for a recess? I'm in your hands at the moment, Councillor Nimmo.
Do you want me to inform us seconds for amendment?
That's right. You'll have ample opportunity when you come back. So how long do you think for the amendments? 15, 20 minutes? Yeah. Half an hour, what do you think?
20 minutes.
20 minutes then. So let's get these distributed first. That's the copy of the amendments. And this is for Councillor Meikle-John, Councillor Goldie and Councillor Nicholl. And there's a copy there for you. That's spare copies as well. Time is that? That's the best way. Move this on. So that will be time they'll get that. Has everybody got copies of everybody? There should be. But you've got a copy of the capital programme as moved by Councillor Meikle-John. There's an amendment from the Labour group and there's an amendment from myself. So has everybody got a copy of the two amendments? Still some copy? Your one. Fine.
Option 2 is in your amendment.
Well, the option 1 and option 2 are enclosed in the maps that I've given you because I had no time to make all the maps. I only got them this morning.
Okay. That's
how I've given you a special file there, which shows you the two options. Thank you. Are you looking for copies of the amendments? Yeah. We'll get something to you. Just give us a few minutes. We'll deal with the elected members first. So does everybody get copies of all the two amendments?
I've not got yours,
Right.
Sorry.
Come in. They're coming. Got them now. So that's going up for 20 past. We'll reconvene at 22. Okay? Thank you very much. And we'll see about people up the back. Thank you. Councillor Goldie. Councillor Nichols away to get something typed up as well, so we told him again another few minutes. Thank you. Okay, thank you, members. Just before we carry on with the business, could I say that in the interest of everybody, especially the quality of the sound here, especially for people up the back, it might be beneficial for members just to sit because they're closer to the microphones, because when you go up, they're away from the microphone. But so, so it would be beneficial for members just to sit when they're speaking. Okay. Okay, I'm going to go to Councillor Meiklejohn first, who's the mover of the motion. In relation to the amendments that you've saw so far, have you any changes to your original Motion.
I'm looking for some clarification, Provost. In relation to the Labour Group's amendment, they've indicated that they support the administration's proposals for the autistic units and support for the community centres. They've not mentioned the Den East and Access Road proposal. Could we have clarification of whether that's included or not?
Councillor Goldie.
Yeah, we've always supported the DEAR. The issue is, of course, how it will be funded. And maybe we should, before I get the full response, we should ask Mrs Geisler what the situation was and the update on the information, on the advice that she gave the Executive on the 26th of September. Could we get that first, Provost, in relation to DEAR?
Geisler.
Yes, of course, Provost. Yes, just maybe if I take a couple of steps back on this, obviously we spoke about this at the meeting last Wednesday, and really this is for the benefit of members that are not in the Executive. The reference to the report on the 26th of September was a report that I made to members in response to a proposal that the delivery of the DEAR be accelerated. At that time, and we mentioned this last Wednesday as well, I intimated that we were expecting the publication of a new planning bill, and that it was my expectation that that new planning bill would include something about an infrastructure levy, which would be intended to replace Section 75 agreements, and that we should wait the publication of that draft legislation before taking a view in the event that the investment levy, the infrastructure levy, was included, and that meant that I could give clearer advice. So since then, we've obviously had the publication of the bill. We referred to this at our last meeting, and the bill, as I explained at that last meeting, does have provision for infrastructure levy in Section 27 and in Schedule 1. Schedule 1 has quite a lot of detail as to what would be included in the regulations that ministers would make to introduce the infrastructure levy. So in a way, we're clearer. It's clearer because it has appeared in the bill, but also in a way it's not completely clear. So if you're asking me for my advice, which I think you are, my advice then in September was to wait till matters became clear, and although sitting here now they are clearer, as I said several times last Wednesday, they are not completely clear. So my advice is as it was in September.
So Mrs Geisler has given us some advice that we should wait until the paperwork and the bill is finally finished. Now, if that bill came forward, it would negate the need for the Council to put in this amount of money. Is that my understanding, Mrs Geisler? Is that correct?
It could do. The infrastructure levy, as the bill and the various explanatory memoranda are outlining, is that it is intended, as I understand it, to replace Section 75 agreements. The explanatory, and this may or may not end up in the final legislation, that's why it's not clear, as I've said, but I think the intention is that the infrastructure levy would be applied, and it would be a tax rather than a developer agreement, and it would be applied at the time that the planning permission was granted. It wouldn't be payable until the end of the project, but it would be a tax, and therefore it would be different from the Section 75 agreement, which is an agreement, and that agreement can be varied at points, and we've seen that happen with DEAR. So that would mean that the contributions to be made would be in the form of a tax rather than in the form of an agreement, and that would be the big difference between the two obligations, that there could be no variation of that obligation because it would be in the form of a tax.
Having heard Mrs Geisler, can I just say that we would have supported the situation with borrowing money for DEAR if that was the only way forward. Well, what we are saying is there's a possibility, and I think Mrs Geisler, I don't want to trouble her again, Mrs Geisler did say at the meeting that maybe in December there will be clarity on this issue. And what we are saying is, why would we borrow money if we get an answer in December that negates that? I know that it's a manifesto commitment for the SNP, and I accept that. People are entitled to the parties can put in what they want in their manifesto. But having said that, Provost, the manifesto can be adopted and implemented at any time in the next few years. So we would support the situation on deer and on the borrowing in deer, if it was clear that the bill wasn't going to cover that issue.
Okay, I think you made yourself clear, but in terms of your amendment, are you sticking with the amendment as proposed? Yeah, you'll get an opportunity to move your amendment fully. That's the question.
Proposed, yeah.
Right, thank you very much.
Provost, I'm being pedantic, but I therefore assume that there is no inclusion of deer within this amendment.
Well, I think you can clearly see that there's no mention of the deer in the amendment, and Councillor Goldie's just clarified that what he's put forward as an amendment is there's group sticking to that. Okay. Now, I'm just going to ask you in relation to to yourself before we bring other people in. Just ask you in relation to the amendments that you've seen. Have you got any changes to your own motion in light of what you saw that's been distributed?
Yeah, well, I have one change in relation to the proposal put forward by yourself, Provost. I'm happy to share that just now. I appreciate that the debate will still have to be had if that is what you would wish to do. I accept, obviously, that within your particular area and this particular school there are parking problems, but the same could be said of every other school in Falkirk in that respect. And we are at the moment in the process of a programme of early years expansion. I therefore think there has to be a consistency of approach across the council area, and all issues around the parking at schools need to be looked at and assessed. And I would therefore propose that we ask officers to carry out that assessment process and bring forward a report and some proposals in line with the Council's corporate objectives and policies, particularly around parking at schools.
Councillor Garner back in, because Councillor Garner seconded your original motion but never had an opportunity to speak to it.
Just could I just speak to your question on your motion?
Well, what we'll do is we're going to be an opportunity, because my amendment's not been is still
Hasn't
to be
been
heard.
seconded. It's not been seconded, Provost.
That's it. So we'll go to Mr Garner first. Councillor Garner.
Thank you, Provost, and thank you to Mrs Geisler for repeating what she said only a week ago. I know it seems a lot longer than a week ago to some of us, but it was only a week ago. I'd like to ask a couple of questions to Mrs Geisler in relation to what's been brought forward. And it's basically yes and no answers. I know sometimes that can be quite difficult, not just for you but for anybody in here. Do you get the impression from this bill that the thinking behind the infrastructure levy was well advanced or is extremely vague?
I don't know that that's a yes-no question. So if you'll indulge me, you'll remember our response to the consultation that was approved unanimously by members. And what we said is that there is a lack of clarity around the infrastructure levy and how it might be applied, etc. It is the bill makes provision in section 27 for its introduction by ministers. So first of all, we don't know if it will find its way from the bill to the Act. Secondly, we don't know if it will find its way into the Act in that form. Thirdly, we don't know if it does when ministers will exercise those powers. And in clarification of my answer, I've made reference already to, there are 3 explanatory memoranda that have come with it, and they all talk about more consultation through COSLA, in formulating the thinking around the levy. So I think my answer to your question is no, I don't think it's the thinking for that is very far advanced, and the government is saying it's deliberately not so because they want to do more work on it.
So no. Could this levy only be applicable to developments in the future, and will sufficient resources be raised through the levy to in fact make a difference?
Well, obviously the intention in the legislation is that the levy will make the difference. As I said earlier in response to another question, it is intended to replace Section 75 agreements, and Section 75 agreements themselves make a difference. But in relation particularly to deer, I know I keep saying this, but it's just not clear at the moment. We are 2 or 3 steps away from having that level of clarity. the legislation, in order for it to apply to some of the developments, would need to be retrospective, and I'll bow to superior knowledge at the table, but generally speaking, lawmakers don't like retrospective legislation. But I'm not saying that couldn't happen. So I'm just going back round to my main point, is that there's a lot of water to go under the bridge before we would have that clarity on what the levy would look like and how it would be applied. But there is provision for it to be brought into force. The expected royal assent for the Act is around autumn of this year, and then thereafter there would have to be, these regulations would have to be made. So I wouldn't be expecting to see those until a wee while after royal assent.
I was as close to a yes and no answer as I've had for a while. So from those answers, Mrs Geisler, I can take it you're as uncertain as me as to how if or when this planning bill will benefit us Falkirk Council in relation to DEAR. Definition of hypocrisy from the Cambridge Dictionary. A situation in which someone pretends to believe something that they do not really believe in, or that is the opposite of what they do or say at another time. My definition of hypocrisy: someone who can stand in this chamber professing to be back funding a certain project when in fact they have cut the roads maintenance and winter maintenance budget by £500k in 2013, £350k in 2016 and by £200k this year. So it gives me great pleasure in welcoming this DEAR and pushing it forward as soon as we can. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. Now, at the moment, I'm going to go to Councillor Goldie in terms of an opportunity to speak, as he didn't get at the beginning, in relation to moving his amendment. I'll give notice of a further amendment, and I believe that is Councillor Nicholl coming forward with a further amendment. So we keep this simple. There will be a debate centred around the motion and the first amendment, and then we'll take the second amendment and there will be debates surrounding that, and then we'll go to the third amendment. So, Councillor Goldie, an opportunity to move your amendment.
Yeah, one or 2 points regarding the last comment for the previous speaker. I think if he goes back, he'll find that nobody opposed the situation with roads at the last budget setting exercise. But could I just say that this capital programme, of course, is the capital programme put forward by the last administration with some major changes in it, the same as the House and Revenue programme. But to go back to one or two important points, Mrs Geisler says we're 2 or 3, and I'm quoting her, 2 or 3 steps away from finding out whether or not this levy is going to come in, this new change in legislation. Now, is that, how long does 2 or 3 steps take? Well, the other key point Mrs Geisler made was, and Mrs Geisler sits on the actual committee, I think I'm correct in saying, that's going to be making up this legislation. And the other key point was, it's down to SNP ministers. SNP ministers will determine how quickly this is done, and they will eventually approve the legislation or otherwise. So somebody might want to look in the cupboard there. Our capital programme and our proposal is to, the £1.5 million, is to address an immediate situation. Not a situation that's fanciful, that might happen, or it might not get approval, or whatever. The situation in our roads, because added to by the bad weather, is an appalling situation, and it's for that reason, in terms of potholes, it's for that reason that we are taking the money and we're going to borrow money here. We're aware of the costs of the borrowing the money, and it would only be a one-off investment in this particular stage for this job. But it's an emergency situation you're dealing with. In every road, in every ward in Falkirk Council area, you will find potholes bigger than you can believe. In fact, somebody did say that there's craters there. Now, it's a straightforward proposal. I'm disappointed the SNP, disappointed but no surprise. They didn't support that position. Because somebody living in their wards must be looking at that and saying, why are they not agreeing to put extra money into repairing the roads in my ward? Unless there's no potholes on that side of the chamber, I don't know. But our proposal was an immediate situation. We were aware of the cost of the investing, the
19.1
borrowing.
eventually.
19.1.
19.1.
Yeah, we say a few times. That's when you name Merle, that's okay.
So, see, Provost, this is going to get all the time, eh? You can always tell when you strike a nerve, you know what I mean? So what I'm saying to you, Provost, is we're aware of the costs. It's a one-off case here. It's an immediate situation that we are trying to address. And on the deer, we are suggesting that they should have waited. That's my opinion on the deer. We should wait till there's clarity on that bill. And once we find that out, if the bill doesn't bring it forward, then of course you could do the same thing in 2 years' time and borrow the money. Thanks, Provost.
Thank you very much. Reactive and proactive in relation to the money that's been put into roads. And I go back to the Labour-led administration that cut, as I said earlier on, 500k, 350k, 200k, amounts to almost £1 million that was being cut over the last 3-4 years. And I'd like to ask Mrs Geisel again, if she had had that in her budget, could she have dealt better with the situation now, and could she have been dealing well with the pothole situation, which is evident round our council and every council, rather than receiving a wee pot of money now to deal reactively rather than proactively? Thank you.
I'll take all the money that's coming for roads. We've had reports, obviously, to the Performance Panel, to Scrutiny Committee previously, outlining the amount of investment that is required in roads. The reactive maintenance is quite difficult for us, particularly after weather like we've had. So I will take all the money that's coming, whether it comes in a one-off or through the years. But over the course of a period, it allows us to plan the investment better.
And would we have been in a far better place if that hadn't been cut for the budget in the last 4 years?
Well, the more money that we have, the more we can invest in the infrastructure.
Just interject at that stage. Mrs Geisler, if your auntie had a moustache, would she be your uncle?
Right, thank you. Councillor Goldie. Councillor Goldie. Right, have we got a second? Have we got a seconder for your amendment? Is Councillor Nimmo? Councillor Nimmo, thank you.
I did formally second the Labour Group's amendment, but Provost, just a couple of things if I could raise. Regarding page 243 under the Children's Services heading at 4.241, the school extension projects, I'm just looking for an assurance that these projects will be completed within the next financial year. There's 3 projects, 3 large projects. I don't want to see any of the 3 dropping off a cliff and the money getting used for something else.
Mr. Greenwald, everybody can hear you and see you. Thank you. Please stand.
Thanks very much, Provost. In relation to Councillor Nimmo's question, if the budget is agreed today, I can assure you that officers will do their utmost, as we always do, to ensure that all what's agreed in the capital programme comes to fruition. We can never preempt sometimes some of the challenges we face on site with some major schools, plans for extensions, but looking at the past record we have over the last 10-12 years since I've been in the post, we've delivered on everything that's been in the capital programme where we possibly can, and I can assure you that we'll do our best to make sure that record of success and proud success for everyone in Falkirk can continue.
Thanks for that, Gary. The next thing I have, Provost, is surprisingly in relation to the deer. Every Labour Group member on this side of the chamber supports the deer. Councillor Goldie's already alluded to that. The only issue we have is relating to the funding option that the SNP are using. I don't see why the Falkirk taxpayer should have to pay for this new road directly by themselves instead of using developers' money. I think the majority of Falkirk taxpayers, I don't think they would support that if they knew what was actually going on. £6.5 million, that's the figure attached to the Deer project. That would be much better spent in improving our current road structure, bearing in mind the weather that we've just gone through. There's going to be additional spend needed just to upgrade our own roads instead of building a new one at the taxpayer's expense. So I'm happy to second.
Thank you, Provost. Just alluding to Councillor Nimmo when he mentioned the schools, it's great to see that the extension in Madison Primary School, if granted, will go ahead, and I welcome that in my ward. Provost, thank you.
Thank you. I just have a quick
question for Mrs Geisler again, I'm sorry. You mentioned about the taxation. What, in your experience, is it common for government to be able to retrospectively tax companies?
I think I said in my previous remarks, and as I deferred to the real lawyer at this table, it isn't. Governments generally don't like retrospective legislation, although it's not out of the question. And I'm just repeating myself now. I simply don't know. We'd really have to wait to see what the legislation came forward with, to see how it was going to work. To answer your question.
Councillor Hughes and then Councillor Alexander, any elections here?
Thank you, Provost. If I may, I would like to ask a question of Mrs Geisler. Just a follow-up in relation to what Councillor Colley was saying. I do realise that the Labour Party are basically speculating in relation to the future, in relation to legislation. But can I ask you, in terms of developers' contributions, whether it's agreements or Section 75s, could you give us a précis in some respect? I believe that some of the developers recently went to the Supreme Court, and there were some rulings in relation to developer contributions. In relation, which I was thinking might be linked to the infrastructure tax that may be brought forward, if there are conditions in relation to the Supreme Court, would that in the essence then narrow the conditions in relation to the infrastructure tax?
There are a set of rules in existence at the moment which we require to meet before we can ask for any developer contributions. And I think the case you're referring to, the view was taken that those boxes hadn't all been ticked, and therefore the developer didn't require to make the contribution. My understanding as to how the tax would work, and again, I see that's relatively unclear at the moment, but there would be a similar set of rules in respect of whether or not landowners or developers would require to pay the tax. But the intention, my reading of the explanatory notes here, is that the intention is to allow a wider interpretation than that currently applies. I mean, the case I think you're referring to is the one relating to Aberdeen City Council, and that failed because the funding that Aberdeen were seeking was for contributions to something that was quite far away in geographic proximity to the development. And I think part of this infrastructure levy thinking is to allow funding to be ingathered and distributed on a wider basis. There's provision in the guidance for a certain amount of it to be perhaps top sliced, and ministers would take that for national projects. So I think it would be have a far wider application than is currently the case with Section 75 agreements, although I think some of the provisions would be retained. But this is just purely me speculating as to what might happen.
Thank you.
Provost, I have a number of questions for Mrs Geisler. Sorry for that. In terms of the Bellwyn Fund, can you confirm that the Council will be making a bid to the Bellwyn Fund for additional resources with regards to this year's budget, and that would include an element of looking at the damage that's been done to the roads as from the recent adverse weather conditions?
The decision, it's probably not just my decision, but I would expect that we would be making application to Bellwyn. The Bellwyn funds are, the purpose of those is to provide additional funding to deal with extraordinary situations, but the government has indicated that it will trigger Bellwyn The criteria that need to be fulfilled for the purposes of getting additional funding are usually quite strict, and as far as I'm aware, we don't know what these will be yet. If there is an opportunity for us to claim money for damage to roads as a consequence of this weather, then of course that will be included in our bid, but I haven't seen the conditions so far.
It seemed to me, therefore, that by the logic of the opposition's amendment, it would be better actually holding fire and waiting to see what the outcome is. And both of these issues, rather than just the one. You can ask some more questions, Mrs. Geisler, sorry. When exactly did the deer first appear on our tables?
Well, as you know, I've been here for a very long time. I don't know exactly, but certainly a very long time that it's been part of your development plan proposals. So it's currently it's in your current LDP, and it was in previous development plans. So it's been the desire to have that delivered has been around for a very long time.
I believe it was in Central Regional Council's capital programme at one point in time. Which gives us an idea of how long the people of Denny have waited. The issue of the Section 75 agreements, can you confirm that there was recently a court case where Section 75 that we were relying on as part of the DEAR funding was reversed by the court, and we in fact lost that particular funding? Okay, and that was a necessary part of the funding package. Can you confirm that there are other sites that, if that criteria was implemented, the actual impact on the level of 75 agreements, resources that we can draw in that are closer to where the deal would actually be?
So the microphone's not working. Obviously, as things currently stand, it is available for any developer who has signed a Section 75 agreement to appeal against the terms of that if circumstances change. So, and each case would turn on its own merits, as did that particular case you refer to. So, if further appeals were successful, then that would mean that we would be the cost would require to be distributed. In terms of the current SPG, the cost would require to be redistributed amongst the other developers. But I couldn't say whether or not those cases would be successful, because they would just turn, as I say, so specifically on their own particular merits.
The other developers include Falkirk Council?
Falkirk Council, as in terms of the information that was previously being given to members, yes, they would be a significant contributor to the DEAR as a landowner for surrounding sites subject to development.
Can you tell me how much Falkirk Council's payment would be?
I think I might defer to my colleague on my right, who is the lady who has all the numbers at her fingertips, if that's all right.
Yeah, just looking at the table on page 247 of the budget report, the original budget report, this is in section 462 dealing with DEAR. The table shows, in terms of how the DEAR is to be funded, that developers' contributions from housing over 2 financial years would total 340,000.
340,000?
340,000.
Okay, thanks for that. Certainly a big difference from the 6 million that is being quoted. The DEAR is a project which I'm sure every member of this council is committed to one degree or another, to one level or another. The reality is that we've seen the DEAR being inherited by Falkirk Council from Central Regional Council 25 years ago. The methodology of funding the project was determined a number of years ago, and is still the same. The reality of the situation is that the world is changing, and it's very clear that if Falkirk Council don't take a lead role in this development, it won't happen. And that's the bottom line. It won't happen. We've had 10 years of inactivity. We've been advocating for some time that not only is the DEAR a manifesto commitment, It's a necessary part of the infrastructure works for the regeneration of Denny Town Centre. There was additional resources made available from the government for that particular purpose, and it's something that we on this side of the chamber are committed to, because the people of Denny have waited long enough. With regards to the issue of the one-off payment, that one-off payment will have a £70,000 minimum impact on the revenue budgets of this authority for the next 25 to 30 years. The one-off payments tend to be a panic reaction, and what people are saying to me is why, over a period of time, has Falkirk Council reduced its budget again, again and again. They're not looking for one-off payments, they're looking for consistency, they're looking for a level of investment to be established and for that to be maintained. The bottom line is that the Labour administration that predates us cut and cut again the roads budget. As a consequence, what we've seen is a gradual deterioration of the overall condition of the roads. It hasn't happened overnight. It's not something that can be attributed solely to the adverse weather. It's something that has been with us for some considerable time. So I think that the amendment gives the impression of one thing, but in reality is effectively an anti-deer amendment, and I'm disappointed with that, but again, not surprised.
Thank you for your input, sir. Councillor Blackwood's been waiting, then Councillor Nichols, lights on. Councillor Blackwood.
Thank you, Convener. Firstly, I will say I'm obviously totally supportive of the deer and getting the deer completed. And could maybe just remind Council that the SNP were in administration 7 years during the period Denny had waited for the deer. And I know Councillor Alexander will get up and say we kicked off by the entrance into Denny High School that hardly completes the deer. Just a quick question of 4621, the changing of wording from would waive the receipts from developers and instead would have to self-fund to should. Because using the word would is obviously a positive, that we waive contributions from developers. And the change of should is a maybe aye and maybe no. So what we're saying is, are we saying we could get contributions from developers, or is that dead in the water?
Yeah, through you, Provost. It's a typographical error. It should read should instead of could. Sorry, it should read could instead of would. It's a typographical error.
Thank you, Provost. As you know, I would never disrespect a ruling from the Chair, but could you confirm that those of us with loud voices are still able to stand in this chamber? Because actually I find it much more comfortable to stand. But I'll accept your ruling, whatever it is, Provost. But I don't think anybody has ever accused me of not being heard. I reserve the right. I'm not going to speak just now about my further amendment. There's a couple of questions that I have on the rest of the capital programme. And there are two, Provost, and one of them regards, and I must say, and I'll confirm now, that my group will certainly be supporting the proposals regarding deer. I mean, I'm not saying that anybody's done more to bring it forward than any other, but I can certainly say that Councillor Harris has never flinched in bringing forward the need to see completion of this project, and we will be happy to support the proposals put forward today. The two questions I have, one of the other reasons why I'm personally quite glad to see that deer completed is in the hope and with the expectation that this will further bring forward proposals for the Avon Gorge, which is of similar concern to people in the parts of the district represented by myself, by my colleague Councillor Kerr, and indeed Councillor Munro. So I'd like to hear what the progress is on that. And then another one, Provost, and I know it will be dear to your heart as well, as we both share a great sense of history, is a note that says cemeteries deteriorating headstones to fix unsafe headstones that present a health and safety hazard. Now, I would like to know what fixing the headstone involves. Does it mean turning it flat? Headstones, as you and I both know, Provost, are a great resource for people researching family history and that. And I would just make the request that if there is the need, and obviously safety comes first, if there is the need to lay flat any headstones, could I request that they are put face up, because that's not always been the case, Provost. So assurance on that, and a question about the latest status in the Avon Gorge.
Thank you, Provost. In relation to the Avon Gorge question, obviously there is provision in our TIF programme to make a contribution to delivery of the Avon Gorge. There is also, as I understand it, a similar provision, albeit in a different format, within West Lothian's budgetary provision, but there remains a gap that we would be seeking funding from government for that. So discussions continue in relation to delivering that project, but the planning permission is granted for it and the design is completed. So should funding become available, then obviously we would be able to push that project quickly if that were the case. In respect of the headstones question, this has been something that was considered by members way back in 2015, if I recall. That was before bereavement services were within development services, but my colleague and his colleagues made good progress in respect of that work. But since the publication of the fatal accident inquiry into the death of the child in the Glasgow cemetery, that was published very recently, and we've revisited all the plans that we have with a view to making sure that that work is completed. So my colleagues, under the careful management of Richard Broadley, are working hard on that. What we are endeavouring to do is to, we're just about completed the initial phases of all the survey work, and we will cordon off those areas of cemeteries where there are headstones where we suspect there might be safety issues. And that will restrict access. We are liaising with families as far as we can to explain this to them, and then we will take breath really to decide how best to manage that. Some of this can be quite expensive. Restoration of headstones can be very expensive. Where there's funding coming from families, obviously we'll work with the families, but we may require at the end of the day, just as you've suggested, to lay these headstones flat, and we will, wherever possible, do that so that they're face up. But that's been a helpful input to our thinking, and I'm happy to talk to you separately about that, or Richard will be out with the meeting, if that would be helpful.
Thanks, Provost. Firstly, I welcome the fact that you brought up today the bit about the parking at the schools. Obviously, in my ward of 9 primary schools, the vast majority of them has real parking concerns that gets brought up at parent council meetings. No with staff, if it's not just the staff parking, some are solely staff, others relate to dropping off the kids, but it's a really major issue there. The one in particular in my ward is Madison. The full parent council there and the school staff are both supporting and have requested try to get permission from the fire station, which is obviously closed, to try to use that site for temporary parking to get wains dropped off, and staff to use that at the moment, and obviously officers are working on that. I put a request in and saying that that site that was formerly for housing in the previous local plan that came in, that was too late to take out. It would have delayed the last local plan by up to another 18 months. When this local plan was suggesting that there's no development obviously in that site, that's the vote of Falkirk Council. But there's maybe an opportunity there. I've spoke to officers obviously in the past about this, about getting a bit of ground there and utilising that for the parking at school. It is the most issue in far as capacity issues there, so further ground could be used for that. That would involve the community and be seen as a benefit rather than houses. So I brought this up with education over the last couple of years. So I'm glad that you brought the subject up, but I do agree with obviously the leader of the council there that there's obviously, I've done that just in my ward and see the issues that every member will have issues relating to their schools, and it is better coming as a full study to see the benefits in due course, where we can make a proper judgment on it. So that's that. The issue in the roads, I think, is a bit hypocritical. Obviously, the last years, obviously the SNP group worked very well with the administration, and I thank them for that in getting the budget, a manageable budget. that was obviously forced onto councils through, but my recollection was 99% of the stuff was agreed by us all. There was some differences, a few differences over the last 2 or 3 years, but I can't mind being the difference in roads. I didn't mind that being an issue that the opposition raised, but I could stand corrected if they would publish the last 3 year, obviously, alternate budget and see where it is. But my recollection of the budget last year was the roads were in better condition than they are today. I think if you ask the public today, it is the issue. Undoubtedly, it's caused by weather. I'm not saying that it's because of a different administration. It's solely weather driven. And in the last few years with easier winters and there was a bit less damage. But officers were questioning last year that the budget savings in development services would be met by taking out the bus services and the subsidised bus services that would decimate my ward. Obviously, I preferred it to come, because it was a better year for roads, to come out that budget. Hands up, I admitted that at the last council meeting. As I say, when constituents says, I'm not happy with the roads, I'll say, well, you can blame me because, you know, I kept the subsidised buses going. So I'm fine with that, but I think it's a bit hypocritical if folks no said and complained about that. Does the SNP, did they want to cut the buses instead? So that's a point. The last point is in relation to these headstones that we brought up as a proposal in relation to this child dying. There was a test case done in Slomanan a couple of years ago where we looked at about a dozen stones done by officers. We were looking about what would it cost with the wee working group of the church up there who made it an issue. What would it cost to get some of these sorted? So the church were looking to try and get outside funding to work with the council officers. And it's a very costly and very time-consuming situation for some of these headstones to get sorted. What we've now found out is, so we've sorted so many, right? What we've found out is there are a further 30 that is in danger of people's safety. That's just in Slomanan. There's other ones identified in Muravenside. I had a constituent last night about that in Muravenside about surgery. As I says, and as I says, it'll be the same when they go and evaluate all other cemeteries. So that's why we raised it. There isn't the funds in the budget to go at the present moment out of the standing budget to be able to do the issues this year to make safe what the public inquiry has said. So it's purely an issue that came through that was a concern before, but now it's a health and safety issue. So that's my point in that, Convener. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your input. Councillor Nicholl. Councillor Nimmo, was it just a question you wanted to ask because you've already spoken?
It's just a quick point in relation to what Councillor Nicholl and Councillor McCluckie has just...
Well, I'll let you back in, but Councillor Nicholl had his light on first, but as long as it's just a question, because, as I say, you've already spoken. Councillor Nicholl.
It's not a question. I thought it would be a time to...
You're going to put your further amendment forward?
Yes.
Right,
and
you just... Yeah.
Also to speak in support of your amendment.
Right, okay. Well, what we'll do is we'll simplify it. We'll let you in next to put forward your amendment. But what's the point, Councillor Nimmo? Remember, it's just a point of clarification or a question.
That's fine. It's in relation to the issue about the gravestones that Councillor Nicholl and Councillor McCluckie alluded to. Last week at the revenue budget meeting, the Labour group put forward a proposal to invest £100,000 in making sure that these gravestones were safe. Now, the Conservatives actually helped to vote that amendment down. So if they hadn't, if they'd supported it, they would have had £100,000.
Right, okay. You've got your point over. Thank you very much. Okay, then, just before you come in, Councillor Nicholl, just hold on a second. Before you come in, what we're going to do is we're keeping this simple because we've got a lot to go through. We've got a motion moved and seconded, and we've got amendment moved and seconded. The first part of the process now is we're going to take that vote. Then we'll come in with the council.
Apologies first that all lights were on, so I was unable to press my light before. It was just really to say that, you know, listening to the debate, clearly the Labour group have said that they support DEAR. We've heard from the Conservative group that they also support DEAR. We are clearly putting forward proposals to advance DEAR and make the project a reality and be delivered. Therefore, we shouldn't need to make the case here for why we need DEAR. It's evident that we all accept it. And we've heard from Councillor Alexander already how the level of time that has already elapsed when this project was first mooted. Indeed, some members of this chamber like to remind the younger members of the chamber that perhaps we went around. I think I was certainly born, but perhaps still in the early stages of school when it was first being mooted. I think the issue here is that, you know, we've heard from Mrs Geisler. I'm not going to ask her any more questions about the uncertainty in which the legislation that's coming forward would be able to provide any guarantees about what developers would and wouldn't be liable for. Certainly, I think all of us, although I was presuming that all of us in this chamber wish developers to contribute, whether that was their rightful contribution, whether that was towards schools, roads, or indeed public transport. I'm less certain about that after this week, but I think it's certainly true that we need developers who benefit from their what they put in place should pay their fair contribution. But what we're talking about here is the delivery of this project. We accept it has to go ahead. We accept that there's been a significant delay. How long are we prepared to wait? Our administration's proposals are very clear that we want to see this delivered. There's uncertainty in terms of future proposals. I think what we need to do is, our proposals are eminently sensible. We want to see it delivered. At the end of the day, if people are serious, if all parties are serious in this chamber about having DEAR delivered, then we have to advance this. We have to take the lead on this and put these financial proposals forward in order that it can be delivered.
Thank you very much for your input. Councillor Reid.
Yes, Provost, I'll stand as well. Although I don't have as loud a voice as Councillor Mickle. I don't mean that disrespectfully, by the way. Yes. Going back to the word hypocrite, we are actually all hypocrites, because if I remember my school correctly, a hypocrite was an actor in Greece. And we are all actors. I've seen several people in here who have given Oscar performances over the year and said some things that they don't really believe, but that's politics. And politics in an adversarial way is quite healthy, as long as it's not disrespectful. But sometimes when it's adversarial, it suggests to those watching there's a huge gulf between the two parties, where in fact in this instance there isn't a huge gulf between the two parties. We're all dedicated to the DEAR being completed. It's just a matter as to how that's done and at whose expense. Big issues certainly, but it would appear as though most of those issues can be cleared up within the next year if SNP government extract the digit and get on with the preparation of the statutory instrument accompanying the bill. So all this side is advocating is that we wait and see if that happens. Capital programme is very movable. It's like a balloon. You squeeze it in one bit, sticks out the other side. There's no reason why that extra money cannot be put in at a later date once we have clarity on the matter raised by Mrs Geisler. So I tend to agree with what Councillor Murtagh just said laterally there, as I do on many occasions actually. I think some of the new members are excellent in their presentation from all sides, and they're an asset to the Council. So there's not a huge gulf, we're just advocating a little bit of patience. Thank you.
So this is the first part of the process in relation to the amendment put forward by the Labour Group. Take the vote on that. Then we'll come back to you, Councillor Nicholl, you get an amendment, and then we take the vote on that one once it's been agreed on your amendment, and then we go back to mine, and then we have a debate on that, and then we take a vote on that. Okay, Councillor Nicholl. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. Just a few comments, just for clarity, if nothing else, before people make their final deliberations. Yes, the SNP-led administration did take the DEAR forward, and they did do the initial part. And had we been given the opportunity, I believe that we would not have been having this debate today in taking that forward, because we look to do some problem solving and we would find ways around it, and that's why we have brought forward an alternative here to deliver the DEAR. There was comments made that the DEAR is at taxpayers' expense. Well, I would just like to remind the people in this room that there's taxpayers in Denny, and their current environment has been less than adequate. It has been compromised for a long period of time, and we are not doing our best for the people of Denny and not looking for a solution here. We know that the delivery of Deer could be funded in a different way, but we don't know when. It could be another 10 years, it could be another 20 years. We don't know what the outcome of the bill is going to be. And while in 2 years' time, then there might be this tax-raising power there. In 2 years' time, there may not be. There may not be any developer contributions able to be brought forward because those will have been challenged. So how long do we let the people of Denny suffer? And it's not just Denny. Let's be realistic. It's all those that have to travel through Denny to other parts of the Falkirk Council area that get caught up in the congestion, and those that live there and that have to put up with the pollution. Council is a contributor to this project, but they're the largest contributor of somewhere in the region of about 2.5 million already. Therefore, we already have that contribution to make to this project that we would have to find. If we had all the other developer contributions there, we would still have to do that. So this is why we see this as a way of bringing this particular project forward. Bus services, well, Mr McCluckie, I'm sure that bus services up in Slamanan will not be any better off after some of the deliberations that have taken place this week. And I think we need to be very careful about some of the comments around that. We could leave ourselves extremely open to some of the decisions our communities might see as we come forward. Colleagues have very clearly indicated that there's alternative ways that we could look at increasing the funding for our roads. We've already increased the budget for the roads maintenance, and I'm sure Mrs Geisler, within the submission to the Belwyn Fund, will look at what is to the benefit of the local authority. But we have to accept that there's been year-on cuts to the roads budget, and in answer to Mr McCluckie's comment, I'm sure that our alternative budget did not seek to reduce the funding for our roads in previous years. I'm therefore content that we will remain with our motion as put forward, and I hope that the Council can see that that is a positive thing for the Council area and support it.
19.1, Convener. Provost. Obviously, I was named there. I would like, obviously, the Leader of the Council to withdraw a remark about affecting bus services in Slamanan and other places. There was no discussion on anything in the last weeks that implemented any bus services in the Slamanan area. So she's totally wrong. I don't know what she's on about. I think she needs to go and clarify her facts. So I would like her to withdraw that statement, because if she's referring to an issue in planning, it was nothing to do with Slamanan. It was solely one bus that was passed that place. Nothing about generalised bus services or any other bus services or upgrading any other bus service parallel.
Okay, thank you for that. Do you want to respond, Councillor Meikle-John, or just...
I don't think I need to respond
right,
after that.
That's fair enough. Okay. Now, just to let you know, I think we'll get the just to rewrite the motion again and the amendment.
Can I just ask before he does that? I take it you're given notice of a further amendment, and Mr Malcolm will be a further amendment.
Yes, well, Councillor Goldie, we already did that earlier on in the process. Thank you. Okay, Mr Moody, let's hear.
Thank you, Provost. As I understand it, the motion is as previously circulated. I'm content to read it, or it can be taken as read if members are satisfied they have it before them.
You happy with it before you? Yes. Okay.
I think the one clarification to make on it is Councillor Meikle-John, I think, following the recess, added an additional clause to the motion in relation to the review of the school estate. And
on that point, we would be quite content with that, provided the report comes back to the full council.
Yeah. That'd be okay.
So the motion is moved by Councillor Meikle-John, seconded by Councillor Garner. It's as circulated, with the addition of the further clause that officers carry out a review across the school estate, taking into account early years expansion and the Council's corporate priorities, but having particular regard to parking, and report back to a future meeting of Council with proposals and with costs. Against that, there is the amendment moved by Councillor Goldie and seconded by Councillor Nimmo, and that is as previously circulated as well. Provost Buchanan.
Abstain.
Deputy Provost Ritchie. Councillor Aitchison.
Amen.
Councillor Alexander.
Motion.
Councillor Balfour.
Motion.
Councillor Binney.
Motion.
Councillor Bissett.
Amendment.
Councillor Black. Councillor Blackwood. Councillor Bowes.
Motion.
Councillor Coleman.
Motion.
Councillor Colley.
Motion.
Councillor Coombs.
Amendment.
Councillor Flynn.
Motion.
Councillor Garner.
Motion.
Councillor Goldie.
Amendment.
Councillor Grant.
Motion.
Councillor Harris.
Motion.
Councillor Hughes.
Motion.
Councillor Kerr.
Motion.
Councillor McHugh.
Motion.
Councillor McLucky.
Amendment.
Councillor Meikle-John.
Motion.
Councillor Monroe.
Motion.
Councillor Murtaugh.
Motion.
Councillor Nicholl.
Motion.
Councillor Nimmo.
Amendment.
Councillor Patrick.
Motion.
Councillor Reid. And Councillor Spears.
Motion.
Provost, there are 20 votes for the motion, there are 9 votes for the amendment, and there was 1 abstention. So the motion is accordingly carried, against which there are 2 notices of further amendments.
Councillor Nicholl.
Thank you, Provost. It's always difficult to argue against what the proposal that was put forward by the Leader of the Council in regards to a review of the parking situation at our schools. But however, Provost, as much as we put £500,000 last week into the immediate needs of road maintenance, similarly yourself and also assisted by Councillor Grant have brought forward a specific proposal. So on the issue of your amendment, Provost, I would formally like to second your...
Okay. If you can speak to your amendment, okay, then I'll speak to my amendment and then clarify.
Well, the logic of one leads...
We haven't seen the Conservative amendment.
Yeah, that's it, exactly right. So if you speak to your amendment, we'll get copies of yours. Got copies
here. The logic of what I've just said there carries forward into the debate on roads. We put £500,000 in, following discussions between my group and the administration, and I thank the administration for that and don't claim any particular credit. It was willingly accepted. And however, the events of the last week have brought forward further problems and, of course, further deterioration in our roads. So I do understand, and we are fair-minded people on this bench, we acknowledge that there are good ideas here and there are good ideas behind us. So I do acknowledge the reasons behind the Labour group putting forward extra proposals today. However, what does concern us about the Labour group proposals is that the figures seem to have been plucked from thin air, with no cognizance of the actual amount of money needed. So much as I think it's generally supported, and certainly the Leader of the Council brought forward the excellent idea that in regard to your proposal, Provost, we have a review of it, although, as I say, we will support the specific issue of the school in Councillor Grant's ward. I think that it would be very worthwhile just to draw breath. We've got £500,000 extra into the pot, draw breath and just have an evaluation of just what money is needed going forward to solve the problem long term. Not a one-off hit from the capital programme, but with the problems that I think Councillor Alexander highlighted, but perhaps to include as a revenue cost. So the motion that we have forward is, members will be pleased, it's mercifully short, and I have copies for for Jack or whoever to distribute, is that the Council instructs the Director of Development Services to undertake a review of the roads network with a view to identifying the necessary works and the associated costs and bring it forward to the June meeting of the Council. Now, we have heard that there may be access to funds. The Labour group have made much play on the possibility of funds being accessed for the deer, so I wouldn't imagine that they would have any problem in biding a while to see if there's funds available from external sources to assist us with this programme, whether it's Belwyn or wherever. So I think, Provost, from my own mind, it's an ideal compromise between the two solutions. It's acknowledging the immediate fix of the $500,000, but it's accepting that when we decided that last week, we couldn't have anticipated the weather and the effect that that's had on the roads. So I would formally move the amendment, and as I've brought forward today, I hope, because to my mind, both sides of this chamber, well, behind me and the administration, have already accepted the sense of having a review to look at it in regards to evaluating the whole costs. And I heard Councillor McCluckie also say that it was something that was he appreciated in regard to the schools. So that's my amendment, Provost, and as I say, I do hope that all members will be able to support it.
Thank you. We'll take a few minutes to give you to peruse it. I don't think you'll need a recess on it.
I think we should have a recess to about 12:10, Provost. I mean, we could have had this. It's the only one we've not got. So I would suggest we recess till about 12:10.
So wait a minute. So you're calling for a recess. What time is it just now? 15-minute recess then. Okay. Once everybody's got a copy. Thank you very much.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There's one missing for this side, but it's a shame they're not here. Go.
Who's that?
Just there.
Who's this coming? Okay. Is everybody back in place? Is there somebody missing? Right.
Sure are we?
She's on her way, right.
Oh, she's up here.
Fine, thank you. Okay, thank you. We'll go to Councillor Meikle-John in relation to Councillor Nicholl's amendment. Any information for your group on it?
Just very briefly, just to highlight that we actually do have a report that comes regular to the Executive around our roads and winter maintenance plan, etc. And we already know that in order to repair our roads, it's something like £42 million that's required, making the 1.5 or the proposal a bit of a drop in the ocean in that respect. And I know that there's a regular survey programme of our roads. So rather than continually asking officers to provide further reports, I'm going to make a suggestion that perhaps we could have a report or an update of the report that was just fairly recently went to the Executive, brought back along with the review or the update following the winter weather review of the roads, and as part of what we expect to get by way of a briefing on the impact that the severe weather has had, and from that perhaps the action plan could be updated. But I would see that as part of the normal business of the Council anyway, but we could ask for that to be brought forward sooner rather than later in the programme.
A good try, Provost, but no cigar. Clearly, we're well aware that the reports regularly come to the Executive. She answered the point that we obviously need it updated, but she didn't, to my memory anyway, mention the fact that there may be funds available for elsewhere. And with respect to the members on the Executive, this report that does come to them just tends to get noted. What we need is a real plan to address the issue of the state of our roads, to perhaps set up some sort of fund or whatever to make a really significant impact. Obviously, it's not going to be anything like the 44 million, but we've heard, and we fully support the fact that the Council is borrowing money to complete the Deer, and that's good. We shouldn't always be afraid of borrowing, and maybe borrowing, and who knows what figure may be needed for the essential repairs. So what my group is calling for is a detailed report of really essential repairs, and then perhaps the rest. And obviously, the figure is going to be in the £40 million, but I don't know just how much of that is really, really essential, and then how much has been. So what we're calling for is a much more detailed report than what has gone to the Executive, with costings, but most importantly of all, an action plan to deal with it. Yes.
Provost, I don't see that there was much difference between what I actually said. We know that the Belwyn Fund has been activated. We know that we will be making a bid to that particular fund. We know that that is external funding from the government, and Council will want to know what that bid is and what it's going to be used for, and that would be, I would have thought, as part of the essential criteria that Councillor Nicholl has referred to. I don't see that there's any difference in what I've said and what he's proposed.
Thank you. Councillor Goldie, what's your...
Well, first of all, it's great, and it is great, that everybody now accepts that we've got an urgent situation. Everybody now accepts that the director should be forming a plan and re-looking at the state of our roads, which the director's department does all the time. And we know, I think somebody says 42, but it's in the region of 42 to 44 million pounds that are required. But what we now have in the last week is an emergency situation that's made it worse, because the snowplows of necessity, when they're ploughing along the road, normally take half the potholes up with them again. So what we would like to move is an amendment to, as I say, everybody here is agreeing that the roads need urgent treatment. Everybody here agrees that we should look at it and get more money into it eventually. I wonder if our Conservative colleagues, and it was very interesting to hear from Malcolm, that it was the Conservatives that said they should put £500,000 into the roads budget, and the SNP agreed. So we assume for that, well, he didn't deny it, so we assume for that, of course, that the SNP weren't going to put anything at the budget. But anyway, what I'm going to move...
Rubbish.
Well, I'll leave that. You had the talks with the Conservatives.
Excuse me. Look, this is a serious business here today. We don't want people for any side. Everybody respect, whether you're agreeing with people's opinions. Carry on.
Fully accept that, Provost. And can I just say to the colleague that said serious allegations, you'll have heard the recording. But what I was going to say to you was, we would ask our Conservatives, given this situation, given that we all accept the state of the roads, that the Conservatives include a sum of £1.5 million to be already identified to go into effectively into road repairs into Mrs Geisler's budget with an immediate effect to address the immediate situation.
Just give me a minute. Just in a minute. Just give me a minute.
Oh, sorry, it's an addendum. I was asking that man, Malcolm to take an addendum. Sorry.
Councillor Nicholl. You've heard what Councillor Goldie says.
I've heard Dennis bring up the figure of £1.5 million. I haven't heard why he's fixed on a figure of £1.5 million. So if he takes the opportunity to do that, and also, of course, I would like to hear from the director to find out, is this a figure that resonates with her for whatever reason? That is the whole basis of why we want and need a proper review into this, not just what we've just been doing with respect to everybody just because we've always done it, this report that comes to the Executive. We want a proper review into the needs of our roads. But you know, we are open-minded about if there's good reasons why a figure of £1.5 million has been chosen, but we need to hear from the Leader of the Opposition and from the Director.
Point of order. Yes, on point of order with regards to the procedures for meetings, as you'll see from the standing orders, pages 28. Can I ask if this amendment is competent, because the addendum is competent? Because my understanding is we've already taken the vote with regards to that amendment.
Any vote in Councillor Nicholl's amendment. He's not even had a second.
No, I'm saying the addendum is incompetent on the basis that that part of the what would then become the fuller amendment has already been voted on.
No, Provost, in my view, if Councillor Nicholl were to adopt Councillor Goldie's proposal, it would be a competent amendment. We haven't completed the decision on this part of the item yet until we've taken the final amendment, and in any event, I think it could be seen that the simple proposal of spending £1.5 million and then the separate proposal of the review plus £1.5 million are separate proposals before the Council. So on both grounds, no, it would not be my advice that an amendment as adjusted, as suggested by Councillor Goldie, would be incompetent for the reason Councillor Alexander suggests.
Well, Councillor Goldie, you've been asked by Councillor Nicholl if you could maybe give us an indication where the £1.5 million
we looked at the programme of works. Now, nobody in their right mind is going to come forward with 44 million and suggest that we can do that. What we did, we looked at the £1.5 million, and the cost of that on borrowing is £60,000 a year. So we were satisfied that will go forward every year until the loan's repaid. We were satisfied that it's a lot of money, but we were satisfied that given that situation that we could borrow £1.5 million. And what I'm saying to Malcolm and to other colleagues in the Chamber, there's a £44 million budget, a £44 million repair bill before we get to the damage done by the bad weather. Therefore, you need additional money, and that's the reason we're saying put £1.5 million extra into it. It will cost you £60,000 over a period of 30 years. You know, my arithmetic's probably right, but that's the advice I got on that, and I would ask people to support that. Are you going to wait for a review to tell you what you already know? Simple as that.
Councillor Nicholl, come back to you. Would you still want some information for officers, Mrs Geisler, on that issue? Thank you, Mrs Geisler.
I don't have any detailed information with me at the moment in terms of how that £1.5 million would be applied. So I'm afraid I can't give you any detail round about what that would do and how that would rank in terms of essential works and medium and lower works. I would need to get additional information from colleagues on that one.
We'll go back to Councillor Nicholl as the mover of the amendment. Councillor Nicholl, you've heard Councillor Goldie, you've heard the officer. Where do you stand in terms of your amendment?
Well, as I've said before in this chamber, long gone are the days when John and I could just have a glance at each other and a few signals. So I would respectfully ask for a short adjournment, Provost. Apologies for that. It would be no more than 5 minutes.
Okay, we'll have a 5-minute adjournment then. Thank you very much. Time you walk out there, it'll be 5 minutes, so we'll give you 7 minutes. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Is that everybody back? Is everybody back in?
I think so. I think Dana's here.
Okay, that's fine. Okay. We had an opportunity for a break. Councillor Nicholl, would you like to report back?
Thank you, Convener. Like every member in this chamber, it's not a party political issue, it's just an issue that we all see as we go around serving our constituents. We all know that the roads are in a terrible state. I've listened, and my group have listened very carefully to what Councillor Goldie said, and obviously have sympathy for any extra penny that goes into roads. But the fact is, Convener, we are a principled group that have put forward what we see as a reasonable alternative to this situation, that we look to this review to bring forward an overall picture, and much stronger than what has been coming to the Executive, as I keep repeating, to see just what is needed to the roads. It may turn out that in a few months' time we're not supporting £1.5 million, we're supporting a different figure. Who knows? We all know that it's at least £40-odd million, but I want to see what is the actual essential spending that's needed. So in the circumstances, rather than just have a knee-jerk reaction to borrowing £1.5 million at the cost that is, I would like to give time for Mrs Geisler to bring forward priorities of where the spending should be and just how much is really needed in the first instance. So yes, any politician would love to be on the right side of an argument of spending money, but I do think, especially now that we find ourselves in a position of such responsibility in this Council, my group will stick to its original well thought out proposals. There's no harm to anybody. We appreciate contributions from Dennis and from anybody in this chamber on roads. We all share it. We know that £1.5 million is not going to be enough either, but as I say, Provost, we'd be much happier to follow the process which I started 20 minutes or so ago, and have this review. It's an early come back. It's at the June meeting. It's purposely at the June meeting so that we can see over the summer what essential works needs to be done. By that time, we will also have an idea of what the external funding is going to be accessible. So for that reason, and obviously with regret, because we don't like to be on the wrong side of spending more money when we know it's needed, we're sticking to the principle that we have the review and the amendment as I put forward.
Have you got a seconder for your amendment?
Happy to second that, Provost.
Thank you. So just to clarify where we are, we've got the original motion brought forward by the administration. We've got this amendment now brought forward by Councillor Nicholl, seconded by our distinguished colleague down here. And is there anybody who would like to come into the debate before we go to the vote?
Hi, Provost. Over here. Yes, listen to it so far from Councillor Nicholl, and I think they are taking a very prudent measure and looking at it in the bigger picture rather than just jumping in with a figure that's been basically plucked for somewhere for the cloudy, snow-filled skies. But I think probably on top of that as well, it would maybe be good to have a policy development panel maybe put in place so all members could have an input into this and see what's actually happening as well. I don't know if that would be something that would be something we could go with as well.
My view of policy and development panels is it's a way to kick things into the long grass. So I want to stick to what we said originally.
Right. Okay, thank you.
We're certainly not wanting to kick it in the long grass. This is something that needs looked at.
We're all reasonable, and at the end of it, it's a very difficult bit. It's one that's dear to everybody without using a pun. Okay then, we'll just go to the vote then, if no other members want to take part. And what we're discussing and we're taking part in just now is Councillor Nicholl's amendment. His amendment instructs the Director of Development Services to undertake a review of the roads network with a view to identifying necessary works with costings to the June meeting of the Council, against the original motion. You want to wind up first?
Provost, can I just say that we're happy to accept this review. I mean, I perhaps didn't make that clear. So I'm happy to that be added as part of our substantive motion.
Bringing it back to the June meeting of the Council?
If that's, although, I mean, technically, if we stick to standing orders, that should really go to the Executive. But I'm happy to take advice.
Thank you. As I understand, Councillor Meikle-John, she is prepared and with the consent of her seconder to amend the administration's motion to incorporate the proposal by Councillor Nicholl. The point has been raised of would the matter properly fall to the executive. I think it's one that could be argued either way because it has implications for the capital budget. The budget is a matter reserved for Council. The matter is before Council at the moment, and I think Council is entitled to retain the matter within its own interest. So I don't see a particular problem with the report returning to the Council.
Okay. Has everybody agreed with that? Okay, thank you. It's now an opportunity for myself to bring forward an amendment. Now, I'm very well aware, and Councillor McCluckie has spoken as well, and other members have spoken, in relation to the issues that they have with school and school parking. I was down at the Burn Supper at Bonnybridge Primary School, and a number of parents had got hold of me then in relation to the serious issues down there in terms of safety of the pupils getting in and out. Now, one of the problems we have, we're all well aware for years and years, this has been one of the bugbears elected members, is the parking at schools. Now, the issue is that there's so many areas that there's no proper infrastructure to try and alleviate these problems, and therefore it wouldn't matter if you had all the money in the world. Still, because of where the area is, the logistics yet, it's impossible to improve. On this issue, some of the members of the community had come forward, and you must appreciate I only got this information late last night, and that's how that you haven't had an opportunity to have it before you. So I'm going to read out exactly what I have in terms of the background, and I'm going to then ask quite clearly that we get support for this, because we've already stated, and we spoke about the deer, and we don't want to keep going on about the deer, but the fact of the matter is, I think it was said in some of the summaries, that we're here we are, and we want to move things forward. In terms of children's safety, then if every councillor here came today with an amendment for their school or whatever the area, then I would take cognizance of that. The background is simple. We are all well aware of the serious issues we have at all our schools in relation to parking or the lack of it. For most schools, the main problem is lack of any proper infrastructure to make any significant improvements. Bonnybridge Primary School is a particular concern, and the closed letter from Mr Dominic Baird, our Facilities Property Inspector, shows clearly the problems. While visiting the school recently, I had discussions with a number of parents who were really concerned for their children's safety following on from this. Enclosed is two proposals to alleviate the problem within the school grounds, making it a safer environment. Two areas have been highlighted for a car park of 16 spaces to facilitate the staff to clear the area. And for those of you that know Bonnybridge Primary School, the cars go in and the kids are going in. You've got the people, you've got a module area as well, and you've got the nursery as well. So it's very dangerous. I fully support their proposals. We will read in Mr Bair's email regarding concerns for emergency vehicles, and he wonders if there was an emergency at that school, how, because of the type of parking we have there at the moment, how any emergency vehicles should get in there safely. So there's two options, and I believe that one of them should be carried out as a matter of urgency. Sadly, we haven't got any real costings from any company, but they've been given a figure of around £50,000 is only an estimate. But in terms of children's safety, whatever the cost, this must be carried out as soon as possible. And if education is unable to include it in their proposals for expenditure, then it should come from reserves. I thank you all for your consideration on this on behalf of the community, and I would be doing the same if you were coming forward yourself. But I'm bringing this forward for the benefit of the people in that area and the safety of the school children that travel to that school. So I'll formally move this amendment.
Thank you, Convener. Much as I have spoken at length today about the fact that we have put £500,000 into the budget for roads to make a start, and then we're having a review, as not Chairman Mao said, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And I think you have identified where the journey of bringing some extra safety facilities to our car parks at schools should begin. I know, and I've heard much from Councillor Grant, who also supports you in this, Provost. It is a relatively small sum of money. It starts the ball rolling. It perhaps could be considered the trial project, in which lessons will be learned for hopefully when we roll out the safety features and additional parking at other schools, of course subject to the review of that has also been proposed, which I also support. So if, Provost, you could perhaps accept that whilst we're supporting you on the particular problem that you and Councillor Grant and Councillor Coleman have at this particular school, if you also could accept that there should be an ongoing review to look at the other schools following on from this? That would certainly, I think, earn the support of everybody in this chamber who wants to see safety improved at schools. Thank you.
Just give me a minute that each of the questions the amendment that was forward. Okay, thank you very much. I'm opening up for the meeting. Councillor.
Thank you, Provost. I have every sympathy, as I said previously, in relation to Bonnybush Primary School. However, I would like to perhaps maybe ask Mr Greenhorn to give a view on parking around schools, and indeed the number of schools where safety is an issue, but it's managed effectively, and perhaps just the magnitude of the issues that this may create. I know that certainly there's a number of people who would want to come forward with exactly the same, and however their situation, having been assessed, may be far more acute than others, and therefore there has to be a need for looking at in order of priority. But also think that Council needs to take cognizance of its policies, and that's why I proposed the alternative of a complete review of all our schools, including the work that's ongoing. And I will say that there's additional funds that come forward as part of the early years expansion, capital funds, some of which may well end up being used to assist within parking as we create better nursery facilities. I think it has to be done in a strategic way and not in an ad hoc manner. And that way there's a consistency of approach right across the council area. But I just wonder if Mr Greenhorn would maybe like to give us an overview.
Through you, Provost. Car parking is both emotive and it's a challenge for us, and it's one that I think we've spoken about the deer. To quantify it could take up quite a lot of resources. A couple of things just in terms of the strategic approach that we would take to this. Investment in our school estate is prioritised via school asset management plans, and they're linked to the Scottish Government's own guidance on it, both in terms of suitability and condition ratings. Indeed, annually we publish and we put through the information bulletin or Education Exec where our schools sit in terms of suitability and condition, and car parking is one of them. Car parking is an issue at many of our schools, and it's something that over the last 10-12 years, probably one of the few things that we've not had a lot of success in being able to address, because every time you address it, another problem reoccurs. So again, it's how much you invest to create a reasonable and tangible outcome for that money. And that's a challenge for us all. And I have to say every council in the land is facing that. To direct investment, from an officer's point of view, to direct investment in one particular school when we know there's perhaps many others is probably fundamentally wrong, and it's going against the way that we prioritise school investment. However, what we do need to address is the health and safety within if it's been raised as an issue within the primary school. We will support the head teacher in managing the traffic movement within the school. and indeed we try to do that in any school where head teachers have got issues either it's raised by the parent councils, parents, yourselves elected members. We always try to address it. So the first thing that I would suggest what we will do is talk to the head teacher how we can manage it, because health and safety of our pupils and staff is paramount within our school buildings. But again, over the last couple of years, I think the leader touched on it, we have prioritised money within the school estate. Capacity, demographic pressures have all taken precedent over car parking, unfortunately. We've had to roll out universal school meals to P1 to P3. Again, there's been investment there, significant investment. But the main thing we're doing now is early years expansion. I'd like to be able to give you some figures or tell you what we're doing, but we're still finalising our expansion plans just now. We expect to get a note of the capital that Falkirk Council would get in May from the government. And the leader's right that part of the money we get will be used to improve parking within schools. So I think it is right that as an officer, it would be wrong to prioritise investment in one particular school, as an officer's view. And I think it is right that we blend it into a strategic review of parking aligned to the current early years expansion programme that we're going through, which is between now and 2020. I don't say that we'll wait till 2020 to come back and look at it, but it can be done probably certainly within the next year, as we know what we're going to do and align it to early years investment. And there may be opportunities with the early years money to support schools with car parking in schools. But we don't know that until, one, we get the money, and two, do we develop the plans aligned to the money that we get. Thank you.
Before I bring anybody else in, I'd just like to read this out to you, because not only have I got concerns, but also Mr. Baird, the facilities property inspector, has stated quite clearly, sending an email to the school. As discussed a few weeks back, during a site visit to the school, I was shocked to find the car park so full. The nearest space available to me was at the tyre centre, approximately a quarter of a mile away. My concern about this is not being able to fit my own car past the cars in the car park. How would an emergency service vehicle manage? They simply would not. And when Mr Greenhorn was talking about the expansion plans, which were all for the early years learning, we're all delighted with that. But with that expansion comes a problem as well, because that's one of the problems at Bonneville, because the expansion for nursery provision, and we have the new module there. The fact is that it's exacerbated the serious problems that was there before. But I just thought maybe members didn't have a chance to hear that. I'm going to open it up again. Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Provost. Leading on from Mr Greenhorn's statement regarding, it's not just the car parks, it's the footpaths outside the schools that I would like to be looked at, whether there needs to be more fence preventing cars going near the footpaths. We had a small girl, P2, and Councillor Hughes and Councillor McClucky's and myself school in Wallastone. She slipped yesterday and her leg was run over. I spoke to Mrs MacDonald last night. The child's leg isn't broken, it's bruised, and she's got to pass her concerns, the three of elected members to that ward. But it's not just about the car parks, and I would like Mr Greenhorn to take in with NICES the footpath outside each of the schools as well when he's doing any planning. Thank you.
Provost, could I seek clarification first for a minute? Has the leader of the council moved an amendment to the...
No, this is the amendment to the original motion.
Right, but as the leader of the council, did she move something further?
No. We just spoke about the review.
I'll be no self further.
First. Okay. Councillor McHugh, Councillor Murtagh and Councillor Cole. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. I think you also had the great privilege of going to the Burn Supper at Ayres Primary recently. And as much as I appreciate what you're trying to bring forward for the residents in your ward, I think that the Leader of the Council is right, and that Mr Greenhorn, in identifying that what we need is a consistency of approach. You'll perhaps have noted that at Ayres Primary School there is no car park for parents. There's a small car park for staff, but that indeed, as you mentioned, your concerns over a constituent having to walk a quarter of a mile, what we try to encourage from a policy point of view is, as I believe, we try to encourage parents and carers to leave their cars at home as much as possible and to walk children to school. And we have to be. Every school has different circumstances where not everybody can do so. However, in order to encourage the greatest safety of our children, it's sometimes the most appropriate thing to remove cars altogether from around the school estate and not, in fact, encourage them to come within the grounds at all. And I completely agree that there are different circumstances for each school, but I think that has to be looked at holistically. And as much as I appreciate what you're trying to do for the benefit of your own area, I think it would be unfair to single out one particular school, particularly at such a late stage where we don't have the detail of the proposals for us to be able to make, I would feel, an informed decision specifically about the investment which you're asking. And I know that it's not a party political issue, that we all feel passionately about the safety of our children and our school children. And I've worked for many years as a member of Parent Council, indeed with Councillor Flynn, as a member of Focus on Safety at Ayres Primary School in various endeavours in trying to discourage traffic from coming near primary schools. And I know that there's other members also on the benches behind it are also trying to make efforts at 20 mile an hour zones and various other things, that we're all working together for the safety of our children. I just feel that perhaps on this occasion, this one particular proposal which you're bringing forward with regard to this school can't really be supported without a proper review and being able to look at it across the school estate, and on that basis I would feel unable to support that.
Thank you for your input. Just to say that the person that had to walk a quarter mile away was actually the council officer that's got the concerns. Councillor Murtaugh and then Councillor Coleman. Was it your good self, sir? Councillor Coleman.
Thank you, Provost. I don't think any of the other councillors in this chamber would have any objections to a focus on child safety. And as a father of children which are currently in school, I have a concern there as well. I'll share and echo my colleagues' comments that my children are encouraged to walk to school. We have a walking bus set up. And indeed, some of my children are encouraged to do the daily mile, which resorts to a few laps around the building. My concern here is really with the figure and the options, not the problem. The problem is congestion, the problem is parking and car parks. But it seems that the figure and indeed both options are an anecdotal response, and there is no real evidence that that amount of money or either of those options will solve the problem. And what I would ask, Provost, is if you would consider some sort of investigation assessment report into a solution to this issue, and then we come back and consider the costs and perhaps a few options. In our ward, there is another primary school on Larbert Main Street, which arguably and anecdotally has a greater problem with parking and car congestion. So, thank you.
Thank you. Just to say that the two options that came forward a council officer who is a property inspector. I stated at the very beginning that unfortunately, because I only got the information this week, that there was no opportunity for any costings to be done, and I stated that. But thank you for your input, sir. Now, we have Councillor Nimmo. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Provost. First and foremost, we all have to remember that it's the parents' responsibility to get their kids to school safely. I acknowledge that there is certain parking issues at some of our schools. There's a lot more cars on the road nowadays as opposed to when a lot of our schools were built, especially the primary schools. And there will be certain areas where parking is a problem. But personally, I think the main problem is not the car parks. It's the parents that all decide to park out in the street on top of the zigzag lines right in front of the schools, which is causing a safety hazard. West Quarter Primary School is a prime example of this. There's been issues there with parents parking right outside the school in the zigzag lines for years. Police Scotland have failed to address this. This is something that they need to take up because it's on the public highway and it's not a school responsibility. The schools will be involved in it directly with Police Scotland and they're constantly discussing the issues about parking, but nothing ever seems to get resolved. I think Police Scotland need to take a bit of stick for this. Their excuse is obviously budget pressures. They don't have the manpower to be at any school or every school to make sure that the roads aren't being blocked. But it's still their responsibility and they need to take further action in my view.
Okay, thank you very much for your input, sir. Councillor Goldie, then Councillor Alexander.
Yeah, there's one or 2 points. The first one is, there's been much said today by various speakers about consistency in decision making. And we heard that people couldn't support my last amendment because there wasn't a full report done. We recognised that that was what was said, and there was no costings have been given, just plucked out the air, the figure. And so it's a kind of a contradiction to then come up and we get the same report and another report which says no costings have been done. It's just an estimated figure. It's just, I wouldn't say plucked out the air because I'm sure that the Provost has done some work on that. I don't believe in demeaning other members in their efforts to try and improve their area. But the one thing I would say, and I'm not sure what's actually been moved so far, but we would give notice of a further amendment if that's required, or a further, I've kind of lost track of how many amendments there are here. But our amendment would be, and everybody is concerned about safety, but goodness me, everybody is concerned about the safety of children. Everybody, whether they're in school or elsewhere. But when they're going to and coming from school, everybody has got to share that concern. So what we say, and I think it's similar to what the Leader of the Council alluded to, is that given this situation that you've raised today, that a report, we would call for a report on the car park in every school, and as a matter of priority, taking the most dangerous situation first and working our way through it, that's the way we would want to see. We want that. We want a report to show us which school has got the biggest dangers or what's the biggest problems, and bring back a report to us to discuss that, but at the full council. And the reason I say the full council is because that means that every member gets a chance to talk to that, and no doubt every member will have concerns. So that was kind of an agreement with what the Leader of the Council said. I didn't know if she'd moved it or no. If she hasn't, that would be our amendment.
Clarification, Councillor Goldie, just to keep everything legal. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. It may be helpful just reminding members that Councillor Meikle-John adjusted the terms of the administration motion to include a review of the school estate with a particular reference to car parking, and with proposals then coming back to members for consideration. And maybe just on a more procedural point in relation to the suggestion of a notice of further amendment, the standing orders only allow a member to move one amendment to a motion, and you have moved an amendment already to the administration's motion. That wouldn't prevent another member of your group doing it, but you couldn't personally move a further amendment.
Thank you for that clarification. I'm really learning this morning. I've been learning Malcolm, Chairman Mao. But apart from that, so what is the situation? If our amendment, which will be proposed if required, fits in with what the Leader of the Council is saying and it supports the safety of the kids, we're happy to go with it.
That's fine. Thank you for the clarification. Councillor Alexander, and then we'll come back to Councillor Meikle-John, and then we'll ratify exactly what's been moved and what's been moved to amend.
Provost, flashbacks here in terms of past conversations with regards to these types of motions. I have no problem with a report coming from our professional officers that says there should be £50,000 worth of capital works required for Wonnybridge Primary School. No problem with that at all. because I know it's been assessed against the needs of other schools and it's come out on top. That's strategic policy making. Whenever we have a situation where a figure is brought forward uncosted, unsupported by the officers responsible for managing these issues, then I have a problem, because that means that we don't have this proper strategic policy making within the authority. And we've seen it since you moved your amendment, Provost. We've seen it from raising issues of pass, schools. You know, the whole thing just moves away from the agenda and moves away from the very principle that we've discussed, and that is strategic planning within the authority. I can't imagine a worse scenario than the lack of transparency that would occur if that became the norm. If we all have issues, we all have matters we want to bring to the Chamber in relation to our constituents, in relation to the schools within our wards. We all have them. And I think it would be grossly unfair on the other 29 members if they were confronted by their community to say, why did you not move a motion for 50 grand to be spent here, or for car parking to be dealt with, or any other aspect to be dealt with? And they would have to say, well, we were playing the rules of the game. And I don't think that would end particularly well with constituents. So I would seriously ask Provost that you withdraw the amendment at this point. We've already heard that there's an ongoing review that's taking place because of the needs for the early years enhancement and expansion. That will include a school-by-school breakdown of what's proposed, where the dangers are, what the issues are, and what the cost will be. That is proper strategic thinking. And I'll really ask Provost, and the grounds of and I know you've probably been working on this for some time, perhaps even since before you became Provost, but when you take that chain of office, you take the chain of office on behalf of people of Falkirk and District, and that's the difference, and something that I think you should take in due cognizance of. So I'd really ask you, in all sincerity, we've had our differences, no doubt we'll have our differences in the future, but I'd ask you in all sincerity to withdraw this motion and allow the officers to do their job, bring it back to the Council whenever that strategic review is completed, and present something that can be substantiated in terms of the overall assessment of the officers concerned.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Alexander. I'll now be withdrawing my amendment. And I haven't been working on this for a while. As I said initially, I only got information coming forward from constituents just a couple of days ago, and they were concerned because one of the council officers had sent an email in relation to his concerns. I'm representing an area same as what everybody else does, and if my constituents come to me and I can see the problems myself, then it's up to me as an individual councillor if I want to put anything forward. Whether it gets support or no, it doesn't matter. Everything in here is a matter of opinion. So other than that, I'm going to go then...
Provost, yep. Can I respond to that point?
Yes,
the very fact that you've said that you've only found out a couple of days ago, you only got contact a couple of days ago, that makes it even worse.
It does.
But the proposals and options, the proposals and options that have been put forward were put forward by a council officer, not by me. Okay, then let's Councillor Meikle John to wind up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Provost. As I said, I'm sure that if this is if your particular amendment is accepted, then I know that every one of the rest of us will have our schools demanding exactly the same, and then we will not be having this as a needs-led, we'll not be having it as priority-led. I'm content that we remain with our substantive motion and we bring forward a review. And I give Councillor Goldie the assurance that the intention is that that review would have an order of priority for those that are in greatest need and we take into cognizance the opportunities that are afforded to us through the early years expansion, which will have an impact on car parking because it's dealing with nursery places, and that could well meet the needs of quite a few of our communities in doing that. But an ad hoc basis does not make sense. It will not make sense to our communities. And as I say, I'm sure everybody in here is going to have, through whether it be email, Twitter, Facebook, whatever, people saying we want that done in our car park as well.
Thank you for your input, and thank Councillor Alexander. I can appreciate your stance on this. Okay, then we're going to go to the vote. Thank you.
Excuse me, Provost. I think there's a standing order whereby one is asked for clarification before a vote is taken. This particular motion started off that size. It's now that size. Could we perhaps have it
Provost,
repeated?
I'm happy to clarify what the motion is that the Council is voting on. The motion is the original motion as moved by the administration, moved by Councillor Meikle-John, seconded by Councillor Garner, but there are two additions to that motion in that Councillor Meikle-John and Councillor Garner adjusted the terms of the text. The first is to include the review of the school estate with reference to parking, taking into account early years expansion and also the Council's corporate priorities with a view to reporting back to members. So I think that substantially addresses the issues raised by Councillor Goldie. The second addition is the adoption effectively of the amendment that had been moved by Councillor Nicholl during the course of the debate. So it is a motion as moved, but with two additional additions to it, against which we have, Provost, your amendment in relation to the Bonnybridge Primary School, moved by you and seconded by Councillor Nicholl. Provost Buchanan.
Amendment.
Deputy Provost Ritchie. Councillor Aitchison. Councillor Alexander.
Motion.
Councillor Balfour.
Motion.
Councillor Bennett.
Motion.
Councillor Bissett.
Abstain.
Councillor Black.
Abstain.
Councillor Blackwood.
Abstain.
Councillor Bowes.
Motion.
Councillor Coleman.
Motion.
Councillor Colley. Councillor Coombs.
Abstain.
Councillor Flynn.
Motion.
Councillor Garner.
Motion.
Councillor Goldie.
Abstain.
Councillor Grant.
Abstain.
Councillor Harris.
Motion.
Councillor Hughes.
Motion.
Councillor Kerr.
Amendment.
Councillor McHugh.
Motion.
Councillor McLuckie.
Abstain.
Councillor Meikle-John. Councillor Monroe.
Motion.
Councillor Murtagh.
Motion.
Councillor Nicholl. Councillor Nimmo.
Abstain.
Councillor Patrick.
Motion.
Councillor Reid.
Abstain.
And Councillor Spears.
Second the motion.
There are 17 votes for the motion. There are 3 votes for the amendment with 10 abstentions. The motion is carried.
Thank you very much for that. Now I'm conscious of the time. It's 1:05. It should be 3.5 hours. We should be getting our lunch. How does members feel about that? I know that we've got some important issues to come, especially we've got one for the report, and we've got the fire officer there at the moment. Do you want to move it forward in the agenda and listen to that to let the fire officer away, or do you want to break for lunch at the moment?
I think it would only take
Take
as long as members need to discuss it, but it needn't take long.
Okay, are you happy with that? We hear the fire report first. Fine. Thank you.
It'll raise me an early exit, so up.
Oh yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, this report gives members a copy of the Scottish Fire and Rescue Services Fire and Rescue Plan for the Council area for 2018.
There's a reference in the background to the report of the requirements laid upon the Fire and Rescue Service in relation to the preparation of these plans and what they have to set out. There's also a reference to the fact that these have to be submitted to the Council for approval, for consideration and hopefully for approval. We approved the last plan back in 2014, but this is the updated version of the plan. I understand members have had an opportunity to discuss this prior to the Christmas recess, and the senior officer from the Scottish Fire and Rescue Service, David Lockhart, is here today to be able to answer any questions that members may have. The priorities for the fire service are set out in paragraph 4.1, and these are covered in the plan, and the plan also then details how these priorities will be taken forward over the coming year, and where it's appropriate there are targets for performance also noted. So members are asked to consider that plan and to consider whether they're willing to approve it, and they have an opportunity, as I say, to ask Mr Lockhart any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It's up to you, members. Any questions to the Chief Executive or the Fire Officer? Are you quite happy with the report? Agreed? Agreed with the report? Thank you, and thank you for your time, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now it's coming up for 10 past. We'll reconvene at 2 o'clock. That gives you ample time. It's potatoes and mince and cannelloni. So good luck. It's just about 2 o'clock. It's perfect timing. Okay then, thank you very much. We're reconvening today's meeting. That takes us to item 6 on your agenda this morning. It's Accounts Commission Best Value Report, pages 55 to 73 on your agenda, and Stuart Ritchie will be speaking to it. Thank you, Mr Ritchie.
Thank you, Provost. The Accounts Commission published their third Best Value audit of the Council in February of this year, and the purpose of my report before you this afternoon is to present the findings of the Accounts Commission's most recent Best Value report. There are a number of statutory obligations on the Council having received a Best Value report, and these are set out in the early sections of Section 3 of my report. We complete the last of our statutory obligations by having this debate this afternoon. Section 3.4 of my report takes us back to the last report published by the Commission in 2016 and reminds members of their findings at that time and the work that we've been undertaking over the course of the last 12 months or so is with that background in mind. Moving forward 12 months, in Section 3.5 of my report, I set out the 4 specific findings from the Accounts Commission. I also make reference to some general comments that the Commission have made, and those are that the Commission noted that the Council has demonstrated that it's responded positively to the Accounts Commission December 2016 findings, and that the Council has made satisfactory progress against the Commission's findings, given the relatively short time period since that 2016 report and the impact of local government elections in May 2017. In addition to the findings contained within the Accounts Commission's report, the Controller of Audit also set out 4 key messages, and I've set these out for members in paragraph 3.6 of the report. Looking forward, we've set out in section 4 of the report what our next steps are in relation to each of the issues raised in the Accounts Commission report. So turning first to Council of the Future and the governance arrangements for Council of the Future, members will be aware the Council of the Future board meets on a 6-weekly basis, and that continues to meet. Quarterly updates are provided to the Executive, and the next quarterly update will be on the next meeting of the Executive later this month. Some new projects have been identified to add to the existing 16 Council of the Future projects as part of the 2018 budget process, and the development of the Council's medium-term financial plan will add further projects to our Council of the Future programme. Turning to our corporate plan, our next step is to move from our divisional plans with a further step down into divisional plans, and these are now being undertaken with a view to the detailed divisional plans being introduced from the start of the new financial year. In terms of financial planning, the next stage for us is to reassess what the medium-term financial plan looks like in terms of that gap statement on the back of the revised settlement that the Council received in January. So we will update these graphs and charts in due course, and the revised scenarios around that. The Member Budget Working Group has been talking about taking a new approach to how we do our budgets. One of these has included looking at zero-based budgeting, so that's something we want to develop as we move forward into next year. And we have an initial engagement session established with members on the draft medium-term financial planning later on this month. In terms of scrutiny, we have our scrutiny plan agreed for the forthcoming year, and that will look at fly tipping, antisocial behaviour and housing allocations. We've also set out at the bottom of section 4 some further work that we plan to do in refreshing the guidance for elected members on scrutiny and providing some further training to support members to undertake their duties effectively in their scrutiny role. The conclusions, Provost, are in paragraph 7 of my report, and as the Commission report acknowledges the positive response that the Council had to its 2016 findings, it also states that the Council is at early stages of implementing its transformation programme, and it's too early in the view of the Commission to assess the leadership and implementation phase and the impact the Council of the Future project will have on the Council and its local people. Accordingly, the Commission has asked our local auditors for a further update, which will be included in the auditor's annual audit report, which comes out around about September each year. The recommendation, Provost, is set out in section 2 of the report. I'm happy to answer any questions that members have.
Thank you, Mr Ritchie, for that report. Councillor Meikle-John.
Thank you, Provost. Provost, this is the most positive report the Council's had since the Best Value audit was initially carried out in 2015. In fact, it's the most positive report the Council's had since the Best Value audit of 2007. The Commission has recognised that while there has been improvements in the response to their findings of the 2015 audit and in the follow-up in 2016, confidence in being able to deliver on those was still a concern, as has been detailed within the report. With the inception of the new Council in May, there is a need to transform the way Council interacts with our citizens and communities. This has been widely accepted. We have therefore streamlined and aligned our transformation programme with our new corporate plan, and the service plans are in the process of being updated to reflect this. We have improved the level of detailed information around all aspects of our financial planning, looking in more detail about what is done and how we do it, as well as how individual budgets are managed, and considerations, as the Director has already said, to be given to looking at zero-based budgeting as we go forward. Through the Budget Working Group and scrutiny, there has been far more member opportunity to scrutinise not just a service budget and performance, but to look at areas within services and get underneath to find out where improvements and efficiencies can be made. The step change that has taken place has been acknowledged by the auditors. Council of the Future Board has taken a more robust approach, increasing the pace of change, ensuring the transformation programme, which will deliver the service improvements and efficiencies that will help inform our medium-term financial planning, is closely monitored and to meet the milestones within the project plans. It has been noted that the Commission report was a snapshot of a period in time. This was only a few months after the new Council was formed, and therefore there has been further progress since that time. In fact, the first phase of the projects are about to be delivered and will feed into the next round of the budget planning. And again, as the Director has indicated, there have been further projects identified. As a result, I believe we are in a much better position as we go forward to being able to plan for the future, and that has been acknowledged by the Commission as they now continue to monitor progress through their annual monitoring reporting. I am happy to move the recommendations to note the report and the Commission's findings and the next step as set out within the report. Thank you.
Second,
Happy to second.
Okay, thank you.
Provost, reasonably happy with the report, but the one thing I'd like to draw members' attention to, in light of some of the comments made at the last meeting, is on page 57. It's the second bullet point. Increased collaboration among elected members in the budget process and in business transformation activity is encouraging. So,
okay, thanks for your input, Councillor Goldie. Any other member be happy to agree with the report? Councillor Reid.
Yes, Provost, it would be remiss not to mention the role that officers have played in this. Anybody who attends the Council of the Future meetings can't help but being enthused by the enthusiasm of the workforce. I'd encourage anybody who hasn't been, I don't know if there's an open invitation to attend such presentations, but they are of remarkably high quality. And thanks must go to the officers.
Thank you for your input. As members agree in the report then? Agreed? Thank you very much. Okay. We've already, item 7, we've agreed that. We're now on to item 8, the Local Governance Scotland Act 2004 Remuneration Amendment Regulations 2018, pages 96 to 100, and Mr Moody will speak to the report. Thank you, Mr Moody.
Thank you, Provost. The report follows on from some regulations that have recently been made by Scottish ministers which uprate payments by a modest amount paid to ordinary councillors and also to the leader of the council. So the report places the decision before members as to whether the same level of increase should be applied to senior councillors and also to you, Provost, as the civic head. The level of increase is 0.4%, which represents the increase in median annual earning of public sector workers in Scotland. So that essentially is the decision which has been placed before Council today. The effect of that is set out at paragraphs 4.2 and 4.3 of the report which you have before you. Thank you.
Open it up. Councillor Meikle.
Thank you, Provost. As Mr Moody has indicated, this is a very modest increase in reflection that not all members here have other employment, and the fact that it is a relatively small increase. I would move to accept the 0.4% increase across the board, including the senior councillors and the Provost. I know that on many occasions members have indicated that their choice is to give any pay increase to charity. That is their choice to do so, and I'm sure everybody will take their individual view on that. And there is no, I just highlight that there is actually no incumbency on people to do that. It's their choice. In addition, Provost, in reflecting the changes that require to be made in the Executive, I would also move to include the portfolio holder for economic development within the senior councillor remuneration. This was previously omitted as it was the former Provost Tom Coleman who held the position, and he was remunerated as Provost, and this would just bring it back into line with all other portfolio holders.
I'll just confirm that. And I can confirm, Provost, that there is adequate headroom in the upper limit for paying senior councillors that is available to allow that to happen were it to be the decision of Council.
Yeah, happy to say that.
Anybody like to comment? Everybody quite happy with that?
There was no reference to your own allowance, Provost. Does the decision have to be made in that?
beg your pardon, I did actually say that across the board, including senior councillors and the provost.
Yes, so it would be based on the 23,700 odds.
Yes.
Yeah. Right. Okay, thank you. My apologies.
Okay, can we agree? Thank you. Okay, that takes us then to item 9 on your agenda, appointments, pages 101 to 105, and supplementary report by Mr Moody again. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Provost, and thank you for drawing to the Council's attention the fact that there is a supplementary report which goes along with the report that's on the agenda too. That was issued yesterday along with the minutes of the meeting of 28th February. The primary purpose of the report, though, is to fill the vacancies which have arisen and which related to the late Provost Coleman, and those are set out in the recommendations which are within the first report. And also to note that Councillor Patrick has resigned from the Executive and that the Conservative place will be taken up by Councillor Harris. There will be a necessity to make some consequential changes in relation to some of the appointments which are made to fill the vacancies set out in the report. The supplementary report also draws to Council's attention that Councillor Hughes has resigned from the Licensing Board and invites Council to fill that place with an SNP member, and also corrects a point made in the initial report, which is that there is in fact an SNP group place remaining on the Stirlingshire Educational Trust. It wasn't in fact a position held by the Provost ex officio. So, Provost, there are a number of positions which are there to be filled. Those are set out within the recommendations to the report.
Well, what we'll do... Okay.
Okay, Provost, as the majority are related to my own group, I'll just work my way through the list if you don't mind. The appointment from the administration to the Executive and the Education Executive would be Councillor Murtagh. Appointment to the Economic Development Portfolio would be Councillor Alexander, and Councillor Murtagh will then take over the Public Protection. Councillor Coleman would be appointed to the Audit Committee. Similarly, Councillor Coleman to the Pensions Committee. I would move Councillor McHugh as convener of the Pensions Committee. I note item 6 and item 7. I appoint Councillor Coleman to the Scrutiny Committee as virtue of Councillor Murtagh's resignation and appointment to the Executive. And within the supplementary paper, I would appoint Councillor Coleman to replace Councillor Hughes on the Licensing Board, and Stirlingshire Educational Trust with Councillor Binney.
Nominations for the convener are about. Okay, we agreed to the list has been coming forward by the leader in relation to all the positions. We agreed that.
Just one quick point.
Yep.
Chair, it was pointed out to Councillor Murtagh and I yesterday at Stirlingshire Educational Trust that there is one vacancy still, but that rests with the Labour group. Yeah. Correct. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. So we're agreed with the list that's been read out by Councillor Meikle-John. Agreed? Thank you very much. Okay, thank you for that. That takes us item today. Appointment process for Head of Design, Roads and Transport Post. Pages 106 to 109. The report is by Mrs Geisler. Thank you, Mrs Geisler.
Thank you, Provost. As many of you will know, the current holder of this post, Robert McMaster, has handed in his resignation. He's been referred to already in today's meeting as suggesting that he's going out with a bang. I don't think he quite expected it to be as it was. Robert is intending to retire in July of this year, and he's helpfully given me quite a lot of notice of his intention to do that. In paragraph 4 of the report, you'll recall that development services, heads of service, were reduced from 4 to 3, and as we say in that paragraph, that meant that the 3 heads of service took on, and certainly in his case, significant additional duties. Paragraph 4.2, there's reference to some detail around the post and my view of the need that it requires to be filled. Accordingly, the recommendations are contained in paragraph 2 of the report, and that's to delegate powers to the Appointments Committee to make an appointment to replace Robert and to that post on a permanent basis. Thank you, Provost.
Okay, Councillor.
Thank you. I just want to put on record that I think Robert McMaster will be a very difficult man to replace. He's been an excellent officer, and I'm sad to see him go, and I know he'll be missed. He has a significant coordination role during last week's extreme weather, one which was challenging in so many ways, including dealing with member inquiries in response to members of the public. However, there will be enough time to pay tribute to Robert for his work in Falkirk. Although, Rona, it's still not too late for him to change his mind. This, however, is a critical role to the Council's business, and therefore thanks to Robert has to be given in giving us his decision a time that allows us the space to recruit and hopefully an opportunity to have a handover. Therefore happy to remove the recommendations as in 2.1 and that be delegated to the Appointments Committee to take forward.
Thank you, Provost. Happy to second that. Can I just reiterate what the Council Leader has said in relation to Robert? I know we'll all get time to say it later. But being portfolio holder in the past 10 months, I've obviously worked very closely with Robert, and I've nothing but admiration for what him and his team do at times, and I think the last few days has really highlighted the fact that he's done a great job, and he will be sadly missed by, I'm sure, every member in here, but we can pass it on later. Thank you.
Totally agree with your sentiments, and the updated reports have been invaluable for everybody in the communities, and you say pass them through the banter pages and social media. It's been tremendous. Councillor Nicholl.
Thank you, Provost. I don't want to add to the length of the meeting. Suffice to say that I concur with everything that the Leader and Paul has just said, and indeed the comments that you've just made. I will take an opportunity at a later date to fully show the appreciation of myself and my members towards the good work that Robert has done for many years on the Council.
Provost, I didn't think we would be going into great detail today about Robert McMaster, but the Labour Group would support the position and what's been said by other people we support, and hopefully we'll get the chance to say that to him here personally before he leaves.
So has everybody agreed to the report? Thank you very much, everybody. Takes us to item 11 today, Amendment to Integration Scheme for Health and Social Care. It's pages 110 to 113, and once again it's Mr Moody. Thank you, Mr Moody.
Yes, thank you very much, Provost. This is a brief and, I'm sorry to say, fairly technical report. It follows on from the report that was considered at December Council. There are a number of functions within the Carers Scotland Act that require to be delegated to the Integration Joint Board. This report updates members on the fact that the Health Board have now taken their decision on the one function that they will be delegating. We're required to consult on that formally. It's been formally consulted upon, and there were no responses to the consultation as anticipated within the report. So, Provost, the recommendation is set out at number 2, and simply ask Council to agree that the integration scheme is amended to reflect the requirements of the legislation.
Councillor Michael John. Is it?
I just want to reiterate that this is a technical adjustment. Adult social work services include support for carers, and adult social work services have already been delegated to the IGB, and it makes sense to make this amendment to the scheme that ensures that the provisions of the New Carers Act align with this and allow for holistic planning. For the same reasons of providing holistic support with children's services not part of the IGB, it also makes sense for children's social work services to retain functions relating to young carer statements. And for the same reasons of having a coordinated approach, it makes sense for the IGB to lead on preparing local carer strategy, which will cover carers of all ages. However, it's important to say that these local carer strategies will involve a range range of in their development, including children's services.
Any other member like to come in on that? Are we agreeing that report? I mean, your hands agreed. Thank you very much. Just to item 12, Councillor Reid.
I feel the phantom of Reverend Jenkinson behind me because he always asked a question on execution of deed. It was the one notice of potential liability costs for 43 Seaforth Road, Falkirk. I don't know if that's a confidential matter or not, but wondered exactly what it was. It's sorry, page 117, about halfway down.
Provost, it's not information I have before me just now, but I'm more than happy to look into the matter and revert to Councillor Reid to the extent that I can, taking into account confidentiality.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we agree with the report then? Everybody? Agreed. Members, could we take our seats, ready for reconvening? Thank you very much.
Provost, having declared an interest in item 13, can I have your permission to exit the chamber?
Say no, Provost.
Indeed.
Put to the vote.
Provost. In similar vein, as I've already intimated that I have to leave shortly, I see little point in me being in at the start of the process, so do I have your permission to retire?
Yes, in that case, Provost, was going to take an hour or something. I'm in some situation.
Okay, thank you. Nobody knows how long an item's going to take. Okay, thank you for your indulgence there. We're just checking a few legalities. We're now on to item 13, development of land for residential development with associated engineering works and landscaping at land to the north of Wallace, Lee Stable, Stanrig Road, Brightonsburg, Gladwins Development Limited. You will appreciate that this is now a planning committee under the new legislation after a PDH. When the item refers back to the full council, the full council takes on the mantle of a planning committee, and therefore we will go through the process the same as any planning meeting. Just to let you know that 2 applications have been made from objectors to be received as deputation to be heard in respect of this item of business, and in accordance with Standing Order 33.2, the committee shall decide whether to hear the deputation. I'll come back to that one. The deputations were made by Alison Mitchell, Danny Callaghan on behalf of Reading Muirhead and Wallace Stone Community Council. And if agreed by the Council to hear the deputation, each will have 10 minutes, which may be followed by questions. The report will be coming forward by Mrs Geyser. We also have 2 submissions that have come in, one by email and one written, and I think we'll ask, is it Mr Perry, or both of you, to hand them out and give you an opportunity to look at these. Thank you. They're quite detailed, so we'll give you a few minutes to peruse both of them. Okay, members, do you require any further time for consideration? Or we'll move forward. Stated originally that two applications had been made from objectors to be received as deputations to be heard in respect of this item of business. And according with Standing Order 33.2, and I'll read this out, every application for admission to a meeting as a deputation must be submitted in writing to the Chief Governing Officer, setting out the matters on which the deputation wishes to be heard. 33.5. In all cases, the Council shall decide whether to hear the deputation or deputations, voting on it if necessary, and no discussions of the merits of the case will take place before the decision has been taken. So we're at that stage now. So we have two applications made from Alison Mitchell and Danny Callaghan, and I'm asking you as a council, are you happy to receive the deputations, where they will be allowed 10 minutes each, followed by any questions from members?
Some legal advice on this since the developers are not present.
I think, Provost, my view on that is it was equally open to the developer to make a request to have a deputation as it is for the objectors. They've chosen not to do so. We don't know the reasons why not, so I think it would be reasonable to treat the applications for deputations on their own merits.
Provost,
Yeah.
could I ask what the predetermination means for then? Is that not the opportunity for objectors and supporters and developers to make their case?
It was indeed. This is still open to them to come forward in terms of the standing order.
I don't hear them. I would refuse. I would move refusal. Based on the fact that it's been through a predetermination meeting, we've already heard objectors, supporters and developers.
Provost, I would move that we should be hearing the deputations that are here today. I think the more information we get when we're doing any of these things, the better. I think to stifle any of that information, I think would be wrong. Thank you.
Okay then, what's the general opinion then? Because we've got people that want to hear the deputations, and Councillor Blackwood is stating that they had every ample opportunity at the PDH to be heard. Is there anybody else in support of Councillor Blackwood at the moment? I'll bring in a minute Councillor Alexander.
Just to say, Provost, that the issue Councillor Blackwood raises is a valid one, but I think the distance between the predetermination meeting and today is quite significant, and so in terms of that flexibility, I think there is no harm in allowing the deputations to be made. I think it's a very clearly a different scenario from what we had the other day.
Right. Okay, where are we? We could just have a Councillor Blackwood, general agreement to hear them.
Could I ask that the presentations are confined to 10 minutes?
We'll get Mr. Moody now with his big dent beside me here, Simon everybody. Thank you. So, general agreement, is there anything else before we go on to the general agreement to hear the deputations? Yes. Okay. Okay. Thanks. The first part of the process now is that I'm going to ask, before we bring the deputation forward, and you'll come forward one at a time, and if you take yourself to that seat over in the corner and put the light on. But first of all, we'll have a summary of the application before us by Mr. Dryden. Thank you, Mr. Dryden.
Thank you, Provost. Yes, I'll be very brief. The application before you obviously starts on page 119, and as explained by the Provost, the reason this is before you is because of the legislation requires applications of this significance when they're departing from the development plan to be considered by yourselves. And as part of that process, many of you attended the predetermination hearing. Starting on page 121 through to pages 122, 123, the officer report summarises the issues that were raised at that predetermination hearing, including access and road safety, drainage flood risk, the school's nursery provision and capacity, healthcare. You will note in the report that at that point in time of writing this report, we had not received a response from Forth Valley NHS. We have now since received a letter from agents acting on behalf of Forth Valley NHS. They have highlighted concerns along the provisions of not according with the development plan. They have also highlighted there potentially might be capacity issues in the health centre, although it has not been justified. There are no figures to justify that. But I would add that to you as an addendum that has been received by officers since the report was actually written up.
Roberts, can I just interrupt? I'm very sorry, just for a second. I'm going to declare an interest now, as I did previously with regards to item 14, because a reason I think, well, sorry, at a previous meeting I did declare an interest because the Health Board had put in an objection to a planning application, so I'm going to do the same because I'm the Health Board rep.
That's the right thing. Okay, just carry on.
Provost, in the case of Councillor Black, she was appointed by Falkirk Council, so surely the same declaration would be appropriate as is made by members of the Trust, and she should participate.
Well, it's her own choice.
It's not a choice. When I'm on the Health Board, I have to represent the interests as well, and I think that I have to be very careful about this.
Yeah, I accept that.
I think it's worth just pointing out that the declaration by the Trust doesn't apply to regulatory and planning matters. That dispensation doesn't operate. So I think Councillor Black is taking an appropriate and cautious approach.
Thank you, Provost. Yeah, just moving on into the report, you will see, starting on page 125, there's a list of the consultations that were undertaken by officers as part of this application, and you will see through those pages 126, 127, and through to 128 and 129, including community councils, the representations that have been received. I would just highlight some parts of these consultations, particularly in terms of road safety and access provision. The actual principal access points being proposed off Standard Road are deemed to be acceptable in principle. I would highlight again this application before you as a planning permission in principle, so we do not have the precise details of that. But the principle of access being taken from the points proposed by the applicants are acceptable. However, there is a concern drawing paragraph 4.7. Our comments from our transport planning colleagues require that the carriageway along the site frontage to Stradrig to be 6.25 metres, and there needs to be also appropriate traffic calming. There is also some concern being raised, going back to paragraph 4.4 on page 126, is that one of the issues was to provide footway provision along Sunnyside Road down towards the main road there to assist with accessibility to the bus transport network. It was considered that the BA05 Madison Road junction would be the more appropriate location to serve the bus transport rather than seek a contribution and insist towards bus provision. However, you will note there that officers have required that there be a width of 6 metres carriageway and a 2 metre wide footway, and as things stand at this moment in time, that has not been provided or offered by the applicant as it's not achievable. One of the issues that was touched on at the predetermination hearing, some of you may recall, was that this was adjacent to the grounds of the cricket club, and therefore it's a matter out with the control of the applicant at this stage. I would just highlight again that the responses from the community councils, from Brighton's and the Reading, Muirhead and Wollaston are highlighted in detail through pages 128 to 129, and more importantly, the public representation. You will see we've had a total, at the time of writing the report, of 161 public representations, and these are highlighted and summarised in relevant paragraphs for your consideration. Turning to your development plan, as you're aware, is the current Falkirk Local Development Plan, which was adopted in 2015. And this, at this point in time, this places the site actually out with the settlement boundary in a countryside location. and you will certainly see the conclusions of officers through this report is that this is contrary to your development plan, and indeed it's significantly contrary for the reasons of the site not being allocated for residential use. It's in the countryside, and given the units that are being proposed, albeit it is principle, there is an indicative proposal of 114 units. The applicant, however, has indicated, in line with affordable housing policy, that they would be accepting affordable housing contribution, which would roughly at the moment equate to around 28 units. In terms of the detail, you will see from the assessment of officers, it is being concluded that it is not in accordance with the development plan. One of the points of support that the applicant has put forward, as some of you will be aware, has been an ongoing issue, is the issue of the effective housing land supply. The effective housing land supply at this point in time, based on the Housing Land Audit 2016-2017, places there is a deficiency in the effective housing land supply, and we're due to bound to maintain 5 years. We're currently running at 3.9 years, and that is based on, obviously, the last audit. That is equivalent of around about 760 units at this point in time. However, as you will see from the officer's report, that there is policy provision which covers this eventuality, and that is in HSG 01, which identifies where maybe there is a deficiency in your housing land supply. We then have to look at a sequential approach, and you will see from HSG 01, which, if I just for reference point to you, if you give me a wee second, that starts on page 144. You will see the criteria and assessment we have to undertake. We need to then look at urban capacity sites, additional brownfield sites, and then sustainable greenfield sites. Clearly, this site is not either an urban capacity site or an additional brownfield site, and is questionable, and it is the officer's view that this is not a sustainable greenfield site, and therefore it would be contrary to that policy. Scottish planning policy also echoes and gives advice in terms of when you do have a housing land supply that is below the actual 5-year supply, it does give importance to your development plan, and your development plan, being the Falkirk Local Development Plan, again does not place this site as a site for housing, and again it is in the open countryside and is contrary to policy. In summing up, Provost, I would just draw attention to a short, useful summary in the conclusions paragraph, pages 164 to 165. You will see officers have highlighted the pros and the cons for this proposal. Starting at the top of page 165, you will see the economic benefits being put forward. And obviously, as I've mentioned, the applicant's case that this would approve your housing land supply. However, you'll also see balanced against this in paragraph 7c.3 at the bottom of page 165 and going over to 166, is considered that there are more concerns and constraints that would actually outweigh the actual benefits of this site. So to conclude, Provost, the officer's recommendation is to refuse the application for the reasons outlined on pages 166 to 167. Thank you.
I would wonder if the two deputations would like to come forward, please. Will you just take the two seats over at the end there, and then I'll introduce you one at a time. Thank you very much. Yeah, remember you've got 10 minutes. Ryan, you just check the sound there for them.
Hello?
That's fine, okay. Okay, you know you've got 10 minutes, and you just want to introduce yourself. Alison Mitchell, because you just introduce yourself, and then carry on with your 10 minutes. And there'll be an opportunity after you've finished and Mr. Callan's finished for members to ask any questions. Okay, so there's no direct contact between yourselves and the members. You just get an opportunity to speak. Okay. Thank you very much. Carry on. 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Alison Mitchell, and I currently reside in the Sunnyside and Stanrig housing estate, and I'm an objector to this. I am in support of the officer's recommendation to reject this application. I'd firstly like to start by thanking you so much for listening to me today in relation to education provision. Following my previous address to the predetermination hearing, I'd like to answer my questions regarding the accuracy of pupil yield figures and consider the cumulative effect of this development. It was stated by the convener towards the end of the hearing that the cumulative effect would need to be considered. There are very similar housing estates in the same area as this proposed development within the same catchment area, namely the estates of Wallace Brae and the Sunnyside and Stanrig estate. I have used these to research and calculate pupil yields to compare the council pupil yield figures. Firstly, I calculated pupil yields using the information from data zone S01009191, which was extracted from the 2011 census, and it does in fact encompass the entire estate of Wallace Brae. For anyone who's not aware, with the 2011 census in Scotland, unfortunately they don't do postcodes, it's data zones. I'm assuming you're all aware of that. Thankfully, in this case, the data zone encompasses that entire estate, which is very similar housing, and the reason for comparing it to this proposal. The pupil yields extracted from there are 39% higher for primary pupils and 35% higher for secondary pupils. This equates to 54 primary pupils and 31 secondary from this proposed development, as opposed to 39 and 23 respectively. Within the response from Children's Services following the hearing, it was stated that the 2011 census is not useful as it is potentially incomplete and out of date. If it is in fact incomplete, this would result in these pupil yields being even higher. I would argue that this census is not out of date for comparison, considering that the council pupil yields ratios attempt to provide an average over the first 10 years after build. So in this case, the 2011 census is within that range. Secondly, I've completed a survey of the Sunnyside and Stanrig estate, asking them how many pupils will be in each household as at today, the 7th of March. This estate is 14 years old, and surprisingly, the pupil yields are significantly higher, showing that Children's Services' expectations that numbers will lower over time in a new housing estate is not true for this area. It is an extremely desirable area to live in, being within the catchments of Wollaston and Braes High, which both have very good reputations. The pupil yields drawn from this survey are 83% higher for primary and 75% higher for secondary children. This proposed development could look very similar to the Sunnyside and Stanrig development in 14 years' time, which would equate to 71 primary pupils and 63 secondary pupils. The cumulative effect on education provision from this development, if you take into consideration the proposed Persimmon application to build 240 houses on the Stream section of road, would result in 354 new houses. In this scenario, the council's own pupil yield figures would equate to 121 primary pupils and 71 secondary pupils. Applying the pupil yields from the census equates to 170 primary and 100 secondary, and applying the pupil yields from the Sunnyside and Stanrig survey gives 220 primary and 195 secondary pupils. If we then take into consideration an intimation which was made at the hearing that these two developments would leave a gap where a further 200 houses could be built in the future, this could result in 554 new houses on the same stretch of road. It goes without saying that the pupil yields are far higher in that scenario. My previous points at the predetermination hearing in relation to the doubling of nursery provision from 2020 still stand. Council school roll projections do not take this into account and do not in fact include nursery rolls. Braes High School will be over capacity from 2023 based on school roll projections, regardless of any new housing. The existing housing estate at Reading Bank is on Braes High's doorstep. However, it is not within the catchment area. When it was being built, it was felt that there was too much pressure at Braes High. If the Reading Bank development cannot attend Braes High, I do not feel it would be appropriate to build more new houses within the same catchment area. I was very pleased to note that Children's Services have advised that they are currently carrying out a review of pupil yields, which has identified a slight increase. They advised that pupil yields will be formally updated in due course. However, with regards to this application, the increase would not impact their comments on education provision. I would like to highlight that these comments do not take into consideration the recent decision taken on Monday the 5th of March to approve the building of 91 new houses in Reading Muirhead and the accompanying impact on Braes High, nor do they consider the cumulative effect on education from this application. In conclusion, I feel I have demonstrated that the pupil yields for this proposal are an underestimate, with my own research and from the comments from Children's Services. I have also shown that the cumulative impact on education provision from further developments would be highly significant, even when calculated using the underestimated council pupil yields. The cumulative impact on education provision should not be ignored. Based on all of this, I would strongly recommend that this application be rejected to prevent stretching education provision in this area well beyond its capabilities. And I believe, because I emailed this in advance, you've probably all got a copy of this. There's a one-page summary which gives my data in comparison to the current pupil yields. Thank you.
Your light off, and thank you very much. You're very professional there. Now, it's open to any member at this stage. Before we bring in the next speaker, Mr Callaghan, is there any questions to this young lady on her submission? One key goes straight to Mr Callaghan then. Okay, thank you for that. Just want to introduce yourself, sir, and would you want to put the mic round here?
Do you mind if I stand?
You can stand if you like.
That's fine. Thank you. Right, thank you very much, Provost and members, for allowing me to have a deputation. I'm Danny Callaghan. I'm the convener of Reading Muirhead and Wollaston Community Council. This development falls within our area, and we are actually statutory consultees. The application is made on the premise of the apparent lack of a 5-year housing land supply, which is claimed to justify the development of a site not included in the current local development plan. However, as stated in the officer's report, the lack of a 5-year housing supply does not, on its own, justify approval. There is continued primacy of a local development plan. The most recent housing land audit is taken as evidence of a lack of land supply. However, this needs to be viewed in the context of recent developments. 2 current applications in Whitecross provide circa 650 houses. These applications relate to an area that was supported in the local development plan, which were not included in the current housing land supply, as they were considered stalled after financial issues for a previous developer. A further application to build 90 houses on the fire headquarters site in Madison has been submitted, and this site has been identified in LDP2 main issues report and is a brownfield site. Recent approval at Hillcross, Etna Road, with houses additional to Local Development Plan 1 and the retirement accommodation near Madison provide approximately 200 additional houses not included in the current housing land audit. Taken together, these developments would remove the deficit identified in the housing land audit. While the application relating to Gilston Park varies from Whitecross in how the site has been identified for residential development in the local development plan, it provides further evidence of developers bringing forward sites that will address any shortfall in ways more consistent with Scottish planning policy. The local development plan through the use of non-greenfield sites, Officer's Report, paragraph 7A9. These applications are in the pipeline and have to be taken into account by the Council as material considerations. Sites brought forward in response to a lack of identified shortage in the housing land supply should only be supported if they provide an effective solution to the shortage. The Officer's Report, paragraph 7A9, notes no evidence that development of the proposed site will occur before mid-2020, when Local Development Plan 2 will come into operation and is expected to address their current shortfall. Indeed, the original proposal document implies development will be phased over 4 years. As such, it will not be an effective solution to any short-term lack of housing land. Sustainable development. Scottish planning policy indicates that planning permission should not be granted if a development could increase reliance on private cars. Officer's Report, paragraph 7B10. This condition applies even if a lack of land supply is identified. This proposal falls foul of the requirements. Bus service F25 on Standrig Road is identified as not sufficient to discourage car use, particularly at peak travel times. The officer's report, paragraph 7A25, observes that access to the bus service along the B805, that is the Madison into Falkirk Road, is beyond the 400-metre limit required by Scottish planning policy. Access to buses on the B805 would require a footpath along the cricket club. A current proposal for a footpath of a minimum of 1.2 metres wide is not supported by the Council's Transport Planning Unit and falls below the requirement of the Scottish Planning Policy, paragraph 287. The gradient to Pullman Station can be judged as inappropriate and likely to encourage residents to access the station by car. This will also add to the parking pressure on streets around the station. Officer's report, paragraph 4.7. Additional material considerations. Standrig Sunnyside Road is substandard to support the development of this size. Recommended minimum width is 6.25 metres. Officer's report, paragraph 4.7. Yet the submitted transport feasibility study advocates narrowing the existing road to 5 metres. The site is outside the current urban limits and meets none of the requirements for development in the countryside. Officer's report, paragraph 7A33 and policy CG33. The proposal is contrary to the settlement plan for the area in the current local development plan, which favours no further growth due to increased pressure on local infrastructure such as healthcare. The main issues report for the local development plan favours a continuation of this position. Developing outside the existing settlement limits is likely to reduce the distinctiveness of existing settlements, something which the LDP states should be maintained. There has been considerable overdevelopment in the Reading, Muirhead and Wollaston Community Council area and the immediate area, with a circa 2,000 houses having been built in the last 16 to 17 years. The prejudice of Local Development Plan 2. Consultation around Local Development Plan 2 has been based on a favoured approach of no strategic growth area around Wollaston. This position received substantial support in the public consultation related to the main issues report, LDP newsletter, at the end of the consultation. Approving this application with its lack of sustainable transport links and its greenfield status could be expected to set a precedent for similar developments in the area, in effect creating a new growth area out with the local development plan consultation process and contrary to the favoured option on which that consultation is based. I've also got a statement that Gladman made and would like to draw it to the members' attention. This was made at the High Court in 2016 by David Gladman, who is the founder of Gladman Developments. We normally only target local authorities whose planning is in relative disarray and or either have no up-to-date local plan or temporarily do not have a 5-year supply of consented building plots. Reading, Muirhead and Wollaston Community Council asks that this application is refused as per the officer's report. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. You were well within time, both of you. Thank you very much. Both of you were very professional. Any questions for Mr Callaghan before we go back to open up? Councillor Alexander, any questions? Okay, fine. You two want to retake your seats then? Thank you very much. Just at this stage, could I maybe ask road officers if they would like to come forward and maybe sit at the end here, because I think there'll be a number of questions coming. Okay. Thank you. Councillor Alexander.
Thanks, Convener. First of all, can I say that my intervention with regards to Councillor Black was based on the principle that the more members that participate, the more democratic the decision making. So I was unaware of the restrictions that were on and the difference between the trust, and I thank Mr Moody for that clarification. Can I say that the predetermination hearing that took place was a pleasure to chair. The quality of the submissions from the developer and from the community were absolutely first class. The behaviour of the audience and the behaviour of the developer was equally first class. And we've seen a transfer of that quality into the submissions that we've had today. I commend both individuals for the manner in which they've put their case. This application, I think, is one that is understandable where it has come from and understandable in terms of the policies of the developers. Equally is understandable in terms of the role of the objectors and the wider community within that area. But it's the wider community, I think, that have come out in top on this, and by the country mile, if you excuse the pun, because there are a number of key policies that this authority has that have been ticked well and truly by those who made a case against the development. In particular, the issue of the local development plan. The local development plan itself is a document that is a living, breathing document. As soon as it is approved, it is under review, and we begin the process all over again of producing the next local development plan. But it's a part of the planning process that allows for the views of the community, the wider community, to be taken into consideration. It's the part that shows consistency in terms of the policies of the local authority and in terms of the openness that is required within the planning process, because it gives the clear indication of the status of the grounds that are there for consideration. So when we have something that comes forward now, the very term predetermination hearing, when you look at the criteria for calling a predetermination hearing, it's very much on the basis that the first priority is the statement that it is called because it is a significant breach in the local plan. Now, anything that is a significant breach in the local plan then becomes a question of are there mitigating circumstances that would allow this development to go ahead because it's not within the local plan. I don't think there are any mitigating circumstances within this particular application, Convener. It's very much against our policies on countryside development, for example, which seeks to control the level of countryside, the level of greenbelt also within the local plan process. I think, that, in fact, the officers' conclusions contained within this report make it very clear that the application is in breach of both the local plan and development within the countryside policies. The plan itself, or the application itself, and we've heard from the roads, or we will be hearing from the roads officials, I would imagine, it's very clear, but we have heard the views of the roads officials, both at the predetermination hearing and also contained within the report, and they're very clear that there are serious concerns with regards to the entrance to this proposed development. So with that, Provost, I don't think I need to say much more, if anything. I would formally move that the application be rejected on the grounds that are contained within recommendations on page 166 and 167, as outlined by officers in the Falkirk Council's planning section.
Thank you very much. Councillor McCarthy. Thanks very much, Provost. I've waited a long time to talk about this application. Nearly a year ago, we were at the local election. Previous to that, it came in as a major application, so it was out in the public domain there, and we were inundated with people. I must have had about 60 people got in touch with me asking for a view as it would determine how they would vote. I knew that if I was elected, it would come to full council, and therefore told them that I couldn't go and say aye or nay or discuss the application, which didn't impress many people, but it gives me an opportunity to stand up here and say my view on it. My view is quite clearly that this has come up previously in local plans, and our distinguished officers recommended not inclusion because they didn't feel it was a good site. Each political party looked at it, kicked it out on each occasion because we didn't like the look of it. It wasn't a good site, so we didn't support it. So that has been the view all along, and even talking about the new emerging plan, we didn't put it in and we didn't support it. It is therefore not in the local plan, which is a key material reason, which justifies clearly, as the convener has said, for refusal of the application. It's not a gap site, it's not a windfall site, it's not going to create any jobs or create any community use or anything of benefit to the area, and it has a lot of negatives to it, not a party that the people know being happy with it. So as I say, there are a whole host of reasons why this shouldn't get supported. So as I say, I would concur with Councillor Alexander. What we can't go and use as justification is to say that there may be further development further along. We're not allowed to use that in planning, as you know, Provost, because we can only go what's in front of us. We can't say what's going to happen in the future and that. And I do, where they're saying that council officers are wrong with their projections, I would like to state that there's more than enough reason to refuse this thing without accusing officers, because the officers are correct. There's 500 houses coming out of Slomanan, the local plan, merging one, 250 at Limerig, 150 at Avon Bridge. They mentioned we've got to be bold in it, obviously, at Madison. We've already said in the emerging local plan we're taking that out because the Community Council doesn't want it. We're going next month to talk about Gilson, that was mentioned, and things might change, and obviously we'll go there and hear it, but certainly for years they weren't very supportive doing there. And we mentioned Whitecross. Whitecross, we can't discuss live applications, but in the local plan issue that we're talking about, the 1,500 houses to be delivered there was solely for an access off the Avon Gorge, off the Joe Carriageway, which in 15 years has never happened, and they've still not got access, there's still no agreements. So we really have to look at that, because I feel there's an awful lot of these houses are not going to be deliverable, vast majority of them. But we're going to look at that in the local plan as members discuss just shortly. But in sustain, no dealing with that, I agreed with other relevant points that the speakers were saying. Clearly there's enough issues and folks had enough, and concur with that. Also, when it refers to the transport thing in 4.6, I'm a bit confused where only 2 days ago we were saying this F25 bus, and when another application had to pay 330,000, that's the all-day bus that I was talking about. It takes you 2 hours to get back up for the, as I say, the Brace High School. As I say, if you're a few hundred years up the road and 40 minutes to get to Falkirk. It's the same bus that goes by this site. But officers are saying here that although it's a pure bus service, they're not asking for contribution here. So obviously, as I was stating earlier on, there's a bit no balancing here. They're saying that it should pay towards the pavement improvements. But we've already heard that that's not achievable. When we heard for the cricket ground, saying that they're not going to get on the ground anyway to make a pavement. So it's certainly not achievable. And so, as I say, his own transport, I stick to my view that it's got to meet 5 tests, and that's what I was referring to the other day. As I say, it must be relating to that site. It can't be for a Section 75 somewhere else in the Braes, or Slovakia or anywhere. It has to be toward that site, it has to meet certain tests. And as I say, I also mentioned that the bus service should be looked at by Falkirk Council, by a cross-party working group, to look at establishing proper service, because the last service shouldn't have been cut off. But that's my view, and I hope to bring that to future committee, maybe with a motion, as I say, at a future council meeting, if I get support from my group. So as I say, is to go and discuss these kind of things, how we do sustainable transport in rural communities. But as I say, it's clearly, I agree with the convener here, totally against this. There isn't anything about this application that ticks a box. It is totally wrong. There is nothing about it. And as I say, I cannot and never will support that application because it's not a good application. It's not a good site.
Are you formally seconding Councillor Alexander's motion to refuse? Okay, Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Provost. I would just like a couple of questions from Mr Ryden answered, if I can. Regarding the future land supply, Councillor McCluckie mentioned it regarding the future land supply in the next 5 years. Is it right we can't add one's speculative sites in the future? It needs to be ones that's already there.
In answer to that, because you are correct, yes, I think there's so many uncertainties still, and I think that the key thing of the housing and land audit is looking at effective sites. There are a number of sites allocated, there are a number of sites that are sometimes proposed with an application come in, but the reality is, until we see sometimes almost it's measuring the likelihood of implementation of that site. So in truth, what we have to do, we have to look at, it's an annual review that's done, and it looks at all the sites, and sometimes even allocated sites, as you'll be aware, for various reasons, we've had a very difficult recession over a number of years. That's had an impact, and that's reflected in the current shortfall we have just now. There is obviously, when your LDP2 plan, which you know has started, it's the main issue report, but it's still a bit away, it's still to be approved by a future committee. So until obviously that gets further along the process, but certainly the indications are that there's certainly being a review of the actual housing completions in light of what's happened in recent years, and at some point in the future, probably in the next couple of years possibly, we might find we're in a situation where we'll be able to harmonise this issue about effective housing land supply. But at this point in time, we have to look at what's on the ground and the likelihood, and unfortunately for some sites, that's still a long way off.
Thank you, Mr Ryden. Just another quick question. It was mentioned by yourself and by Mr Callaghan regarding the 6 metres road. Taking out the other issues that it has, would they be able to progress this application without that road being widened?
I think certainly for you to consider today is that the advice of officers, including my colleagues from Roads here, who are able to maybe go into further detail if you wish, but the reality is you'll see those officers with interests of road safety are recommending a certain level in terms of the width of the carriageway and the footway, and at this point in time that is a key concern because there's not adequate space to allow the actual required standards that officers would advise are in the best interests of road safety.
Thank you, Mr Ryden. I would like to concur with Councillor Alexander and Councillor McCluckie. It would be easy, well, it would be easy for Councillor McCluckie and myself to listen to what the residents are saying. I was privy to the same emails and phone calls that Councillor McCluckie had. But it's in my mind, it's not about the pressure from the residents. It's about the material witness, the material consideration and the recommendations of the planning department. And I would be in agreement with the convener, with Councillor Alexander and Councillor McCluckie that we refuse this application. And just a note to Mr Callaghan, Mr Gladman must have ran out of the councils that are dodgy, because this council he must have run out of them and he's come to the good ones, because we take everything seriously.
Councillor Nimmo.
Thanks, Convener. At the risk of sounding a bit repetitive, I also support refusal of this application. Can I take this opportunity to thank the developers and objectors for the information that they've put before us today. I think it's very important that we have all that in front of us. I think also as a council we have a big problem when it comes to the infrastructure that needs to be in place to support these types of application, especially the large ones. It's already been highlighted, the impact on education and health, but a prime example of the education situation is the new primary school in Madison. It had only been open 5 minutes and it was full. So there's big implications for education in respect of the schools. Even the impact on the utilities like water and sewage, and the additional impact on our road structure as well with increased traffic. All these things need to be factored in very carefully before we could even consider to give these sort of applications the go-ahead process. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for your input, sir. Councillor Bowes.
If you don't mind, I'll also do the standing up thing, because I tend to speak quite loudly anyway. To Mr Dryden, there was some figures obviously put here with regards to pupil yields in areas, and I understand that there may be some upgrading of those numbers. I've actually had a presentation with regards to these numbers. We were involved with something with a parent council meeting at Kinnaird Primary School, and because obviously the problems that Kinnaird Primary School is having with the number of pupils, and seemingly the numbers up there are massively over what's expected. That is obviously a new development. The whole of Kinnaird is still an ongoing development, so the numbers there are probably pretty relevant to what we're getting in new developments. Can you maybe be taking to give a better guidance? Could we maybe be looking at those numbers? The numbers were presented by Falkirk Council at that parent council meeting. So maybe those numbers may be a better guideline for your actual pupil yields than the ones that are actually sat down in paper here.
May I, in response to Councillor Bowes, I think obviously my colleague Richard Teed from Children's Services is here this afternoon, and as you've heard already, there is a review of the pupil yield ratios going on. We liaise carefully with our colleagues in Children's Services, so obviously it's something that we'll be bearing in mind, and obviously there is a review underway, and at some point in the near future that will be updated. But Provost, if anyone else wants to raise any questions, Mr Teed is here to answer particular details on that element. Thank you.
Yes, I too would agree with the recommendation for refusal, but ask a question. The points made by Alison Stewart, are those covered in any of the 6 reasons for objection, or could they be added to include such? Now, it appeared to me doesn't appear to be any direct reference to infrastructure pressures, and I just wonder if that was a planning consideration. And if so, could it be added with agreement of the convener, of course?
Page 167, in terms of the sections in the extensive greenfield site, the proposal does not include an appropriate standard of infrastructure to support.
Yes, that's quite clear. Well, up to a point it is, but I think that is because of the greenfield situation. Obviously, sewers have got to go in, that type of thing. I just wonder if education is alluded to in any part. It's just a question.
Yeah, Provost, thank you. Thank you. You make a valid point. I would obviously add that as things stand, I think the point made by the lady was very, very well made, but we have to obviously take the advice of our colleagues from Children's Services, and as things stand at this point in time, the fact is there is no deficiency identified other than obviously contributions have to be made. It would be my advice to committee that I think if you were to add that, it's something you could consider, but my advice would be not, because potentially, should there be an appeal come in, which if the actual decision is taken today to refuse the application, the applicant does have the right of appeal, and to add that reason, given the fact that officers have actually said there's not an issue, my advice would be there a strong risk of potential costs being awarded to the Council.
Is it because the nursery provision isn't included, which seems rather strange in this day and age?
I think certainly, I can only comment on certainly what we've had received from our colleagues in Children's Services. They've looked at the proposal, they've looked at the impacts of their proposal on all provision that they can, and they have not advised of any adverse impact in that regard, subject to there being obviously contributions being made. As you are aware, there's an ongoing issue, but at this point in time, there is not it's not considered a reason to actually add for refusal based on the advice that we've had from our colleagues in Children's Services.
I'm sorry to pursue the matter, but will the provision of nursery education be included in future? Because it's massive. Almost every child goes nowadays.
You want to come forward just a wee bit, so that everybody can see you and hear you.
Yes, I think it was mentioned or alluded to that nursery provision is not included in the statistics. And I wondered why, because almost every child these days goes to nursery. And indeed more in the future.
Thanks for the question, Councillor. Yes, the nursery provision is included in the consultation response, and it is included in the assessment of impact of all planning applications. As members will be aware, currently there's a requirement to effectively double nursery provision by 2020. So, in effect, that means every nursery space within the authority will be required for that purpose. So all large housing developments will be subject to a request for developer contributions for a planning obligation to provide additional funds to provide the extra spaces that are created through migration into new housing developments. So, and all nursery provision is looked at in very much the same way as primary provision. So in effect, the number of nursery spaces is 2/7 of the number of primary spaces we expect to be required. And as Mr Dryden has referred to, we are reviewing pupil yield ratios at the moment and have experienced an uplift in those ratios, and that will feed its way through to planning guidance in the course of time.
Okay, then, just to clarify where we are, we've got a motion moved by Councillor Alexander, seconded by Councillor McCluckie, to refuse this application and the recommendations contained within the report. Is there anybody otherwise minded? No? Fine, application refused. Thank you. Opportunity for myself to take out as I've declared an interest in this item, and I'll hand over the chair to our Deputy Provost, Councillor Ritchie.
The next agenda is 14, is the proposed residential development, access, landscaping, open space and associated works at land to the north of Falkirk, Stirling Road, Larbert for Gladman Developments Limited. It's pages 231 to 318, and the report will be taken by Mr Dryden. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. Yes, this application is again an application for planning permission in principle, and as has been explained, this is before you similar to the last application because it's deemed as a significant departure to your current development plan. The application that has been submitted has an indicative capacity, because again it's in principle, for around about 60 units. The applicant has confirmed that 25% of those units would be affordable housing. It also involves new vehicular access to be taken off Stirling Road with landscaping and open space. As you are aware, many of you attended the predetermination hearing that was held recently. And again, the summary of the matters that were raised at that predetermination hearing is in Appendix 2 of the report before you, starting on page 307, and that explains and outlines the number of issues that were raised. Turning to the consultations that have been received in this application, this starts in terms of, on page number 238, page 237. Again, I would point out certain points of these consultation responses, that a roads safety audit that had been submitted, the visibility application for the proposed access has been accepted in principle as not raising any issues for road access. In terms of the actual transport planning unit, again, there's some debate about the actual detail of the type of junction, but again, because this is an application for planning permission in principle, we would not look into the detail of that at this stage in time. Very, very relevant to the last application, relevant to this application, is again the response from colleagues in Children's Services. That starts on page 239 through to 240. I would draw your attention to the final bullet point in the conclusion, just before the start of paragraph 4.9, which identifies, again, if this application were to be approved, there is a requirement to make pro rata contributions to school capacities, as these are outlined in the report, and it includes nurse provision, as you will see from that. NHS Forth Valley have objected to this application, the details of which are shown, although I would identify at this point in time they have raised concerns about potential impacts on health centre, but again there is no quantification of those figures at that time. Moving on, there is a fairly detailed response from Lambert, Stennismuir and Torwood County Council. These objections are outlined on pages 241 to 242, and then you will see the level of public representation that was lodged with this planning application over and above that was discussed at the predetermination hearing, and that summarises the issues have been raised. Turning to your development plan, there are very similarities to the last application that you were considering. Again, one of the reasons that this application has been lodged is because of the effectiveness of the current housing land supply. This site itself, it's outlined at the start, and the reason why it's a significant departure is it's in a greenfield site again, out with the actual settlement boundary, and is deemed that is not a sustainable site in that regard. Turning to the actual assessment of the proposal through your development plan, this starts on page 246, and that really concludes right through to the conclusions. Again, this does not accord with your development plan for those reasons. And while, again, I would draw attention to the interim situation we have with the effective housing land supply not being at the level it should be, housing policy SGO1 again supports this criteria with which we must assess applications. Again, this application being a greenfield site is at the very low point. It's not a brownfield site, nor is it an urban capacity site, and as I say, it's not allocated in your development plan. And as of the main issues report at this point in time with local development plan 2, again, it's not a site being identified for future housing. So really, to turn to conclusion, Deputy Provost, as I've already said, this site does not accord with your current development plan. There is no material considerations considered by officers that would outweigh that conclusion. And there is also the concern, as we are moving towards the local development plan 2 process, we feel there's a potential this could undermine that process should obviously this application be supported, and therefore I would conclude by saying that the recommendation is to refuse with the reasons outlined on pages 270 to 271. Happy to answer any questions, Deputy Provost. Thanks.
Thanks, Mr Dryden. Okay, Councillor Alexander.
Yes, thank you. Again, I have to commend the quality of presentation by the developer. This particular meeting of the predetermination hearing, the developer made a very clear and concise case for his development. Equally, I have to commend the quality of representation and the quality of input from those who are there on behalf of no one other than themselves for their contribution. It always remained within planning guidelines, and it always remained within planning grounds, and it was always constructive. And I think that the community deserves some credit for that particular outcome. These situations can become tense, and can become rather lively, shall we say, and there was no question of any problems arising at that particular meeting. So ticking the box for the developer, ticking the box for the community in that sense. The issue of the recommendations on 8.1 through to 8.14 are quite clear. And again, it comes down to some thought to strategic planning within the authority. The local plan is, again, and I won't repeat myself, is the key document to this. Now, I would say that local plan isn't a holy grail. There will be opportunities and times when it would be the correct thing to do to breach the local plan, when the mitigation circumstances are in the community's favour. I don't think in this particular case they are. In fact, I'm absolutely certain that they're not. The issue of the location, the fact that it's been built the fact that it is out with the urban limit, and the issues of its location, exact location, are things that have to be taken into consideration in a major way when considering the outcome of this particular application. So again, I don't want to say too much. I would give a wee bit of support to our officers in education in terms of trying to calculate how many bairns are going to be born. As we know, that depends on a lot of things. But trying to predict, how many kids are going to be in a community is very difficult to do. And looking at averages, there's always the ones that come in below average, and there's always ones that come in above average, in order to get an average. So a wee bit of support for the education officials in that particular sense. The issues, as I say, are well contained within the recommendations on 8.1, and I'll formally move those recommendations that an application be refused on the grounds contained in 8.1 to 8.14. Thank you very much for that, Provost.
That's Councillor Alexander. Councillor McCluskey.
Can I have it this, Deputy Provost, but I'd like to second once again the convener of planning on the same grounds as the officer's recommendations. I said at the site meeting, and I said earlier, we talked about where houses are developed. This company seems to be coming in no interested in the sensitivity of that area next to the hospital and what people are trying to do there. They're very unsympathetic to that, totally trying to bring forward because of the shortfall in the housing. Yet as I made out in that application, and it considers for any local plan application, the people in Slamanan didn't really want 500 houses out there, the local plan, because they want some private houses there, and Limerick and Avonbridge and their communities. But the development companies who are making the excuse there's a shortfall in houses in the Falkirk area, so we'll need to get that lovely green field area there in Larbert or somewhere else up the Braes. That's not a good area, and justify that to get development isn't the case, because there is sites that has been in the local plan for that many years and we're having to take out because they're not going forward. If they were sincere about wanting to build, then come to Slamanan where you'll be welcomed and go. But no, they want to go and build where they can make big value for their companies. And as I say, that's clearly what seems to be coming here. The officers have made a very good summary and reason why this is not a good site. As I say, as Councillor Alexander has moved that, and I fully support that. Okay. And second this motion. Right?
Councillor McCluskey. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I would just like to back up Councillor Alexander and Councillor McCluskey on Cladman, where they want to develop. It's a greenfield site. We don't go up to Slamanan where they're invited, but Larbert's had enough. It's a victim of its own success. We have a railway station, we have access to motorways, we've had enough building. The residents, Mr Dryden says we don't have any facts from the health centres, but if you speak to the residents, they'll give you the facts of what's happening to try and get appointments with health centres. The traffic's at the moment at Larbert Cross is chaos without going to add anything onto it, and they've also not given much thought to where they want to put these houses, because it's right next to Maggie's hospice, it's right next to a mental health and people with difficulties locations as well, and yet they want to take 2 years to build these houses. They've obviously not given that much thought. So I'm with Councillor Alex and Councillor McCluskey that we've got to say no to this.
Thanks, Councillor Grant. Councillor House.
Can I associate myself with what particularly what Councillor Grant said about the local area, because Larbert's Dennismuir is very much affected in this case. One of the things that I found in this is the application and where it sits, and it's just off Larbert Cross, if anybody doesn't really know the area that well. Larbert is designated as a development area for housing. However, I understand, because I did look it up, and I'm sure Ian will tell me if I'm wrong, that it's actually north of Bellsdyke Road, but it's actually designated for housing. This development is actually south of Bellsdyke Road, coming in towards the village. And for that, as well as, in particular, I respect what the other two said, but David and I obviously know the local area very well. I also agree that it should be refused.
That's Councillor Rice. So is that it? Oh, Councillor Kerr, sorry.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. It's just a bit of clarity from Mr Dryden. I totally agree with the colleagues that it should be refused, but on page, it's not the same when you've not got the paper. On page 239, Mr Dryden, we're saying Larbert Village School impact on development. Development can be expected to generate 15 to 20 pupils. So the school will have enough capacity to accommodate them. No developer contribution is required. Then, the next page, conclusion, Larbert High School, 2,100 per house, 126,000. So a bit of contradiction if we're saying it's not going to get contributions, then we're saying we're taking contributions if it was accepted.
I'm happy to clarify your point, Councillor Kerr. I think when you look at that response, the Larbert Village Primary School has not been identified by our colleagues in Children's Services, and then you have Larbert High School, which is obviously secondary school. So I think the key point is the final bullet point on page 240, just before paragraph 4.9. This summarises from our colleagues from Children's Services the schools that do require a contribution in that catchment area. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr Ryan. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kerr. Is anyone else? Okay, well, we've got Councillor Alexander who proposed for refusal. Oh, I can't see it. And Councillor McCluckie who seconded. Is anybody other? No? Right.
We'll just give everybody a minute to get out the door. Thank you. Fine, thank you. Don't take the cups home with you. Perfect. Okay.
As I said previously, I've got a declaration, non-financial declaration of interest, Provost, because my two sister-in-laws work with.
Okay, item 15, exclusion of public. If resolved in terms of section 50A4 of the Local Government Scotland Act 1973, exclude from the meeting the press, the public, and the following item of business on the grounds that it involves the likely disclosure of exempt information as defined in paragraphs 8, 9, 11, 12 of Part 1 of Schedule 7A to the said Act. Has everybody agreed? Okay, thank you. Item 16 is the minute extract.